Alright, welcome to our third NA tournament. Classic Hearthstone tournament, I should say. Yeah, it seems like we're just about ready to kick things off. I'll just be kind of keeping an eye over here to see when matches are ready. Get everyone a quick glimpse at the bracket here. This is what we're working with. I think we had like at least one last second dropout. So we'll see how everything shakes up here. But it was 14 people. It means there's a few buys, stuff like that. But we'll be having all of the round of 1 and the round of 2 just kind of done as people are ready to go. I'll be jumping in to spectate some of these games, and then from the semifinals on, we'll include the third place match, the finals here. We'll be casting that one by one, so everybody gets to see, the most important games that we got today. But rules, we've got conquest format, so it's a best of 5. Single ban, that means people bring 4 decks. One of those decks is getting banned. You got to win with the other 3 to be able to advance. It's going to be that way all the way up to the finals. Open deck lists, so everybody's going to be aware of what they're facing, so don't think that there's any like sneaky tech choices in there, but it's certainly going to influence the bans. And I think that's about it. I kind of just want to keep blabbering about rules to, keep it interesting and whatnot, but really not any more complicated than that. So I'm just going to be keeping an eye on these. I think Man Thighs versus Sexy Muffin is maybe the most likely first match to get going. Both players checked in here. Of course, as soon as the games are ready to go, I'll be bringing up their deck lists, everything like that, so we'll get to see what's going on. I still don't see any bans. All the bans are just run through the website here, so usually I get to see, but sometimes the website's a little buggy, and I don't get to see all the bans, but I'll be updating as I'm kind of aware. But other than that, kill time, yeah. No dead air. What do we got? Oh, we got Derp, we got Derp ready to cast for the start. I think, he's got to duck out. He was actually going to be playing in the tournament, but, won't be able to make it, so, hey, we'll actually get a bit of derp involved. Here we go. Let's get him into the call. Share our Hearthstone stream. There we go. Derp, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Perfect. Glad we got you for at least a couple games. A little bit.
I haven't been paying too close attention because I haven't really been playing much lately, but I like watching Hearthstone, so it should be fun.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, I was excited to get an opportunity to watch you play, actually, but oh well. Maybe another time.
Hopefully another time.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. As promised, Man Thighs versus Sexy Muffin 69. I can't think of a better pairing.
It doesn't get better than this, really.
Yeah, alright. So let's see. Let's bring up these deck lists. So we got Man Thighs here at the bottom. And on top, Sexy Muffin here. Let's get spectating from both sides as well. Although, wow, already. Super interesting start with a leper gnome coming out of the warrior from Sexy Muffin.
Are the deck lists? Do we publish them anywhere?
They are. They are in the news feed within
Ah,
Discord. Yeah.
I see.
I'm just gonna randomly click here. Okay, this is what we got. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, it actually took me a little while to find this as well. We got 0 wins for each player. But very, very different warrior lists. Going at it. Oh, why is my ugly face still up? Let's get rid of that. So yeah, Mantha is running a fairly typical control warrior. Taking a quick look through it, I don't see anything really out of the ordinary except no Alex. It's a little surprising.
Yeah. And then on the other hand, we got a much less standard deck here.
Yeah.
From Sexy Muffin 69, bringing out the aggro. I guess this is like an enrage warrior almost. With the, he's got the Worgens, he's got the Warsong commanders. Right now, doesn't exactly have the hand he was hoping he would get. But
No.
he's got the Worgen and a way to give it charge, so he can do, like 12 points of damage over the next 2 turns.
It's
just that easy, right?
Yeah. Actually, a little unfortunate not able to get 2 draws. Oh, this is commanding shot. This isn't even the card that I thought it was. Never mind. I'm thinking it's Wait, what is that warrior card for the number of injured?
Battle Rage?
Yeah, Battle Rage. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
actually, he
kinda what I was
doesn't have one in
expecting.
his deck. He has one commanding shout and no other card draw. It looks like in this deck list.
Boy, yeah, you're right. No card draw at all. Well, this is a desperation move if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I think he just. Do you play the BGH this turn?
Hard to say. I think probably not.
I guess there's no need to, but at the same time, what are you worried about?
Yeah, it's really just you don't get to armor up, but yeah, now you got a thing on board. I guess it does help a little bit with this fairy dragon if he doesn't want to face tank it, but boy, I think very quickly just coming to an end in match 1 here.
Well, I can't say this isn't how I expected this to go. I won't lie.
Yeah, not only would I favor Control Warrior in this matchup, just looking at this, yeah, whatever you want to call it, Warsong, Raging Worgen, aggressive, whatever, not really sure what it's built to beat here in this tournament.
I mean, I'm not too familiar with Sexy Muffin 69. I won't lie to the people. But I think he just kind of wanted to bring a fun little deck.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised he went for the minion trade over the weapon. Not totally sure what he's worried about, but as we've been saying, not sure if it's going to matter in this one.
Yeah, gotta agree there. Well, the good news is, I always like this. When you see, oh boy, nice draw.
What a draw.
When you see a real interesting list like this, something, yeah, it's a little wackier than normal. Maybe it's just for fun, or maybe there's some strategy in there. When it loses, it means we get an opportunity to potentially see it again. So yeah, Conquest, like I mentioned up front, for anyone who's not familiar, as soon as you win with a deck, you're done with that deck. So if Manthias does, in fact, take the victory here, we're not going to see any more of his Control Warrior.
Yep, that seems like something that would be good for this aggro warrior. Generally, don't want to be facing Control Warrior as any kind of aggro deck. Not the most bold thing to say, but it is true. Control Warrior is quite good at anti-aggro.
Yeah, I would say probably one of the most consistent anti-aggro decks. Now just kind of forward thinking here. Let's see, so Manthias ended up banning Sexy Muffin's Hunter. Sexy Muffin banned Manthi's Rogue. So I'm assuming that is a Miracle Rogue. I haven't perused through every deck list here.
Looks like a Miracle Rogue. Pretty standard list. The only real notable thing is no Farseer. So no healing in the Miracle Rogue, which can matter, but...
Okay. And yeah, checking out the Warlock and Druid from Sexy Muffin. Looks like we got a Handlock. A bit of
a really heavy Handlock.
Yeah. Which could actually do well in this tournament, I think. I think we've seen a lot of the kind of anti-control decks do quite well.
It's kind of a shame because the deck you would want to have that Handlock into, I think, would be the Control Warrior.
Yes, I would agree.
And so the Control Warrior just being done after this is a little rough.
All right, finally using that commanding
maybe
shot.
Something happens.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to write anyone off too early, but yeah, we see the concede. All right, so win number 1. Apparently, man size has the advantage over Sexy Muffin. Who knew? But yeah,
there are some great names.
I love it. I love that that's where we get to start. No, I'm just here taking a look at the decks of man thighs. Oh, great. I am so glad that it is this Warlock.
Oh, you see it too.
I want to talk about this. There's a Wisp in this Warlock, okay?
I see it too.
Like,
I'm not sure what the strategy is.
All I can think is you get to win and say, I beat you with Wisp in my deck. That's
pretty devastating, honestly.
It would be. It would be. But yeah, I really can't think of any utility other than being able to, like, shoot it with your own Mortal Coil to cycle easier. But
I mean, this 1 mana -1 card advantage. I think.
Yeah.
You know. You do what you can, I guess.
But it is interesting now looking at this. No owls in this handlock list. Some I see going as heavy as running 2. But yeah, not a single one. I'm definitely surprised by that. Okay. I've been so fixated on this list, I haven't even brought up the Druid.
Yeah, it looks like a fairly standard token with a little bit more back end with that Baron Geddon, Sylvanas, Ragnaros. Yeah, actually has double Starfall as well.
It's actually just a very strange list. I mean, after seeing that Warrior, I guess I'm not too surprised, but yeah, leaning into tokens with Power of the Wild and Violet Teacher, but then goes heavy enough to include Wild Growth, which you don't often see.
Yeah, and double Nourish. That's another fairly rare inclusion in Classic, generally. Druid decks aren't quite that heavy that they need it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes you'll see Nourish in these really, really greedy decks. I've seen it occasionally in very aggressive decks as well to refill your hand. But this thing falling kind of in between token and ramp, I mean, I guess it is ramp and token.
The Manbai is debating here if he wants to play a card, because no matter what, he'll be able to play the Twilight Drake on 4. Mm-hmm. He's debating if he wants to tap, potentially draw into a Molten Giant or Mountain Giant, and if not, just play a bigger Drake, or if he wants to just throw down a body like a Farseer here.
Yeah, and
I think I like the tap.
Yeah, I could go either way. I mean, the health on the Drake, I think, is a lot less important in this matchup, just because you sort of expect it's going to get silenced anyway. But drawing is pretty great. Uh-oh. We have gotten booted.
Yeah, I think because he didn't see Wild Growth on 2, I think you're more inclined to tap and get more value. Let's see how that resolves in just a second.
Yeah, see if we can't get back into the match. Okay, seems like it's working. Gonna assume a blizzard bug. Crazy, I know. Blizzard with bugs?
Really hasn't been the same since Ixar left.
Okay, well, I'm gonna assume, like, let's try this one more time. We've seen this message before, where we get locked out of the opponent's hand by not being able to spectate, but considering we were just in there, I think it's just a bug on the client side, so we'll just have to imagine what Sexy Muffin's actually got.
I mean, he had a Nourish and another Violet Teacher in his hand. That's all I remember. And there's that Nourish.
I think
used it
double
for mana,
swipe.
so he has something big, I assume. That's what that means.
Yeah, I guess so.
And in that case, I wonder if you have the read as Manthias, you just slam Sylvanas? Just prevent like a Rag play? Because you can't play Rag against Sylvanas unless you feel that lucky.
Yeah, nothing real wrong with Sylvanas here. I mean, playing 2 Drakes, not seeing the silence come out, I'm feeling a lot safer about that. I mean,
it's a lot of damage from hand too.
Really is.
13 plus 12 from hand. Actually 13 from hand because he could play the Thalnos.
That's right.
This is a lot of spells though. For whatever that's worth.
It's like he's gonna follow it up with a swipe, trying to force him to steal a token?
It's reasonable. If you don't have a silence, you might as well just go the other route and make Sylvanas take as little stats as possible.
Yeah, here it is.
Gonna go for it. Did use a lot of resources for that though. So 13 damage.
Yeah, not quite gonna be able to kill him. But it does start to get to this territory now with playing Nourish for the mana. I mean, Sexy Muffin sitting on 9 mana. I don't think you can be that aggressive as Manthias.
Yeah, actually, you are right. This is not actually a super easy turn for Manthias. Because, like, if he has the read that Sexy Muffin has something big, like be a Ragnaros or his own Sylvanas or something like that, you don't really want to play this Mountain Giant, but you also want to be pushing damage. But you also don't want to leave this Violet Teacher up.
Yeah, a lot to consider.
Decisions. I think the play, I would probably tap Giant and then trade, like hit the 1/1 into the Violet Teacher and Soulfire. I don't know if that's correct. Looks like he's going to go the other way and just play a lot of things on board. Actually going to full clear as well. Wow, that's very defensive.
Yeah, I actually don't mind this. 5 health on 2 minions here, creating a taunt wall. I mean, that's going to be a pain for any druid to deal with, although
I don't know if I like this hit from Sexy Muffin.
No, not sure what that's all about.
He did discard one of the... Manthias discarded one of the power overwhelmings. Oh, that is not what you like to see at all.
Yeah, just gonna heal that Drake up in the face of Malfurion here.
Yeah. I mean, next turn you get to play a Mountain Giant. You don't get to do anything else. But, you know. That's probably the best outcome, actually. With that Ragnaros hitting face.
Maybe? Yeah, I don't know. This is such a...
If you tap Molten, are you in danger of dying here? You've already seen one Innervate. You haven't seen any Savage Roars, but there is double Savage Roar, double Force of Nature in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're still pretty safe from this position.
I think so as well. It would have to be like a weird double combo into Lucky Rag Shot. And that is not the MC Tech hit he wanted.
No. Okay.
That's the BGH.
Well, right now... It would really be nice if Reg could, oh, there we go, yeah. Hit something that's threatening damage. Okay, the Wisp, we get to see.
Not a great draw right now.
Oh, this isn't it?
Leroy.
This isn't why you put Wisp in the deck?
Yeah, he puts it in the deck, so now he can draw into Leroy and play the Wisp. Oh, never mind. It's doomed.
Dang.
Well, you get to, Shadow Flame, and clear the board. You can play the Wisp, so, that's the Rag can hit the Wisp instead of your Molten Giant. Oh, never mind. I think you just play the Wisp and then Soulfire, right?
Yeah.
Soulfire Rag. Like,
Boy.
you're never playing this Mountain Giant, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But even then, does a Wisp do anything?
It does 1 damage every turn.
I guess we find out if it does something. Okay.
It's behind a taunt. It's protected. I don't know. Listen, I'm not the one putting Wisp in the deck.
I do like that you're trying to justify it with anything. I'm racking my brain over the possibilities of this thing.
Ooh, that is a good draw.
Boy, this is really interesting. Like, the list of Sexy Muffin just makes... It really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Some of these plays I think a bit questionable, but this position is not terrible.
I guess just play Mountain Giant here. What do you die? Do you double combo and you can't really play around it?
Yeah, 9 cards left in deck. Yeah, that's right. Unless you could tap into something that would help there, but I can't even think what that would be.
Yeah. It doesn't run like Arcane Giant or Arcane Golem. Arcane Giant doesn't exist. Oh no, that's bad. That is...
Yeah.
Sexy Muffin needed to play a little bit more defensively than that.
Yeah, I mean, again, with this being an open deck list, I really think you got to consider Soulfire there as a potential way to die.
Yeah, it was only Soulfire and Leroy, to be fair, but I feel like that's still enough that you want to not play no defense. Like, even just armoring for 1 with the hero power would have been enough.
Yeah.
I think it was just technically it was a calculated risk, but I think it might have just been a mistake, to be honest.
Yeah, it could have been hard to know what's going through their head exactly. I will say that random swing into the Twilight Drake, taking the extra 4 damage, really did Sexy Muffin in.
I suppose. I guess Manthias does have another Nourish in his Druid, actually, which we have seen. It's the Malygos Druid, so that's exciting.
Yeah, Malygos double Moonfire. Not the strongest draw engine. I mean, it's Druid. It does pretty well. That Nourish certainly helps. But, sometimes you see people go with gadgets in a list like this to really help cycle. So, yeah, quite curious if he'll actually be able to get into Malygos with those Moonfires.
Manthias, big fan of these 0 mana cards, I guess. He's got the wisps. He's got the moonfires.
Infinite value, yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe Manthias is a bot and is somehow miscalculated the value of Hearthstone cards. I think we're getting somewhere.
I think you're exactly correct.
I mean, somebody's got to represent bots in the classic scene. Oof. This is kind of the dream here.
Yeah, I'll say. What do you do?
Concede, cry.
Both valid options.
Yeah,
I guess
this
you can
really
kill the Violet
tough.
Teacher. It feels bad, but I think you have to. Even silencing it is just not really enough.
Boy, yeah, because I mean that Force of Nature can be used to clear out the tokens, but yeah, 2 turns away, that's pretty rough. Maybe that is the play, it's just Wrath, Hero Power.
That's what I'm thinking, but it feels awful. It's just, there's not really anything better. You could play your own Violet Teacher and just hope he has, like, Sylvanas, Ragnaros, Baron Geddon in his hand.
Yeah.
Actually, that's still probably not enough, because then you play Sylvanas, Ragnaros, Baron Geddon in the next 3 turns. Or, well, after this turn, I guess. Yep, just gonna remove the Violet Teacher.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. Certainly gonna have to get lucky to get back in this. This is gonna be a really crucial turn, just hoping Sexy Muffin doesn't have a big body to slap down. Actually being so heavy on the 5s, but no Druid of the Claw for Sexy Muffin, which is kind of interesting as well.
Yeah, I think Druid of the Claws. It's not a card anyone really talks about, but I feel like it's really good.
Yeah, for what it is, I mean, it's versatile. The
It's
stat
not a
line's
flashy card.
great. No, not flashy at all, but just so consistently good.
Yeah.
I gotta think this is just removal with the Force of Nature.
You have to innervate something, right? We can at least agree on that.
Yeah, for sure. And just seeing those draws, I gotta think you're that much more worried about a silence, which makes Karen just
I think it might just
not
be
great.
Karen anyways, but he's gonna go for the clear. Not unreasonable.
Alright, well, kind of even things back out. Sexy Muffin's got the initiative, but see what they're able to do with it.
That is a
Wow!
bad play. I guess did he have to do that? That feels really bad.
Yeah, that's really interesting. On 6 man,
What that tells me is that he has a bunch of combo pieces in his hand, and
Combo?
Manthias doesn't have any taunts just yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess they could be sitting on Reg as well, which is where the Wild Growth helps. I mean, they're running Starfall too, which is kind of a dead card in that situation. Maybe they didn't want to run out something like MC Tech or BGH.
I must safeguard the land.
Silence makes sense that they would hold on to that.
Yeah, I can see that.
What are your thoughts on Nourish for Mana into 4-drop here for Manthias?
Nourish from mana into a 4-drop.
That's probably bad, but like, you get to play 2 minions next turn if you do it. You get to play Azure Drake, maybe draw into a 5-drop. If not, you've got a lot of 4-drops. It's probably not correct, but
Yeah, I don't think it's terrible.
you probably I don't think you can afford to nourish for draw this turn.
Oh,
It's
looks
actually
like
going to go
that's what
for
we're
it.
gonna see. Yeah. No, I agree with that. I still think I probably like the Drake play more, but boy, I don't know. I think this is a fine line anyway.
Yeah, I mean, assuming I'm right on my read of Sexy Muffin's hand that he has a bunch of combo, I don't know if it's going to matter, but we'll see.
Yeah, might not. I was sort of thinking, you know, if the plan is to get into that Malagos and those Moonfires, then you kind of need that Nourish to draw, but I guess we'll see. I mean, this is or was at least a decent board for a minute.
It's still got the Karen. He's a survivor.
Interesting, opting not to clear there.
So actually, Manthise needs to armor up. He needs to armor up to get out of double combo range.
Yeah, that's right. That is right.
So, and it doesn't feel too bad. Well, actually, how much damage is this over the next turn? You got 14. If both minions survive, it's 26 plus the Moonfire is 28. You're putting him down to 26 with the hero power.
Yeah, so you should be good.
Maybe a Moonfire this turn.
Just for that one extra damage.
Yeah, well, just to ensure that, yeah, you get the spell damage Moonfire. Maybe that's not correct.
Yeah, hard to say. I suppose there's still heals in the form of lore, but yeah, wouldn't be
You definitely
an
hero
immediate
power.
worry.
Oh no.
Well, let's see. Yeah, this does
See if he has it.
leaves a win condition here. Now, 14 cards in the deck of Sexy Muffin. It would be a lot of pieces together, but I've seen crazier things
Doesn't
happen.
have it. I guess I was wrong. Maybe he was just missing like the innervate or something. He had all the combo pieces, but not the rest, and that's gonna do it. Manthi's triple checking the count.
Yeah, I would think. I mean,
That's what, 32 damage?
it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot more than 26 here. All right. Lethal's been spotted.
Didn't miss lethal.
All right. Well, a quick 3-0 here for Manthis. It's going to let us take a peek into one of our other
He
matchups.
didn't even use the Moonfire. He could have cleared. Or killed him with Moonfire. It's disappointing.
Unbelievable. Yeah, definitely a bot play. All right. Let's see what other matchups do we
The
have?
matchup going on right now is Para versus Freaks.
We've got that going. Oh, we've got some all the way into the second round. So this is what the bracket looks like now. I think all the no-shows have kind of been sorted out. Yeah, Para versus Freaks 1-1.
I think we only had one dropout. I think.
I wasn't sure. I very quickly scanned through Discord there. I thought maybe I saw another one there, but I could be wrong. I am a little distracted at the moment. We'll find Freaks. There we go. I actually have the spectate.
Got the Novice Engineer Miracle Rogue. I think we've both talked about that in the past. This is a weird hand. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy, yeah. I'm so busy just trying to get these lists
Double
out.
backstab, double prep.
Okay, so this is what we got from Para and the Warrior.
Might just have to Leroy conceal. That's Freaks here. Looks like that's what he's gonna go for. Just hope there's no brawl. Does Para run brawl in his list? In their list?
Yeah, it looks like a single brawl.
All right. Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to go for that.
All right, I'm a
That,
little.
oh, he's actually gonna clear a lot of this. Does he get all the? Does he get everything in?
Yeah, that's right. The prep, the conceal. Okay.
Well,
Wow.
that's not what you like to see.
Snap decision.
Maybe Leroy lives. 1 and 3.
Well, you know what they say,
disappointing.
Black Knight always wins, right?
I've always said this.
Alright, I believe, at least according to the website, it was 1-1. Let's get those numbers updated. Well, now this makes things real difficult.
I believe it makes things impossible, but
I mean,
I have seen Miracle Rogue do funny things in the past.
yeah, Edwin is certainly another card that can just win you games if you can get it big enough, concealed, but I've seen the one concealed, the one cold blood, and really not a lot that's playable here. I mean, I guess you could prep Edwin, backstab, shadow step Edwin, and pray for no execute.
There is enough damage over the next 2 turns. Just play the War Axe, play Karen, I guess. Next turn, you Gore Howl swing face. If either of your minions survive, then the game is won. Yeah, rare win for the Control Warrior in the Rogue matchup.
Well, let's see. Desperation draws.
Unless.
Not sure if there are any saps left here.
Runs 2 saps in his list.
Yeah, I think you just got to prep here.
And no way around it. Prep, hope you draw sap or eviscerate, and you hope you draw the other one right after.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you're only out. And that's not going to do it.
No.
Ooh.
Well, at least you get to show off your 14-14 Edwin
Yeah.
before the game ends.
This could have hit you.
Yeah, it's just the small things in Hearthstone sometimes.
It's terrifying, honestly. So, how has this series gone so far? Looks like Freaks got a win with Druid before Para got a win with the Freeze Mage, and then followed that up with a win with the Control Warrior, running a Ysera. We actually saw that in his hand. It's a late game option. Not a big fan of Ysera in Classic, to be honest, but
Yeah, I've never found a deck where it really feels like it fits.
it's like it's good into Druid in games where you're beating Druid anyways.
Yeah, I think maybe the only deck that I actually would consider it is in a Druid because you can get to that 9 mana faster than anyone else. But even then, it requires such specific setup. A lot of times you're just winning already if you got that ramp.
Yeah, you could get to 9 mana, play Ysera, which might do nothing, or you could just do the same thing and play Ragnaros and deal 8 damage.
Yeah, I think most times I'd prefer Reg anyway. Alright, so this Shaman list, little interesting. We got a single Bloodlust from Para here. I guess not getting the Knife Juggler out, a little bit worried about a backstab.
He was right to be worried. This is a very passive opening from Para. Para? I don't actually know.
Yeah, I'm not sure which it is, but yeah, actually though, you know, at first I thought, well, getting that Knife Juggler out, even if it dies, you know, you're eating a piece of removal. Maybe it's good. But yeah, whether it's an Argus or a Flame Tongue, I mean, those totems are just so good. And I've said this so many times before, but I think the most skilled mid-range Shaman players know when to hero power and do nothing else. And so, you know, I won't claim to be the best, but when I see somebody play a hero power and pass, I'm like, wait a minute, they know something here.
Yeah, I can't say it's incorrect given the hand, but definitely feels bad. Defender is going to put in some work. Get up both of those totems up to 3 health. It's a lot more awkward to deal with. I think you have to do that.
I mean, I don't hate Knife Juggler Flame Tongue either, just kind of the way that this is developing. We see double SI with the backstab. There's some pretty good removal, even in Abyss.
Pushes a lot of damage. No, actually, it's just
oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, one way to take out Miracle Rogue oftentimes is just to kill them before they can draw their entire deck. Hit you with their crazy combos. Aggro Shaman obviously is an easier time doing that than you're going to see with mid-range, but with this Bloodlust in here, you know, it's definitely possible if the draws go the way of Para.
Yeah, no Lightning Storm to potentially deal with the gadgets in. So that's worth keeping in mind. And now seeing the backstab SI is a little bit more inclined to go aggressive.
Mm-hmm. No, this is actually... Ooh, okay. Well, with the conceal, makes things a little bit better for Freaks here. But it's still not a bad position for Para.
I don't think Freaks should overthink this turn. I think you just do the funny, play gadget in and conceal it. Play.
Yeah, I mean, drawing 2 cards, not bad. Gonna set you up to draw a lot more. And really, if you can hit that Thalnos, Fan of Knives is gonna put in a lot of work as well. You see Hovering Eviscerate, though.
Don't like that. I don't think... Like, not playing Gadget in that turn isn't terrible. I really don't like using the Eviscerate deck like that, though. But... I don't know.
Yeah, well, it certainly didn't work out. You know, being that the board is basically in the same position. More damage coming the way of Freaks.
Fan of Knives won't really clear up anything. Still got that gadget in. And I think Freaks kind of outsmarted himself here. He thought, like, hey, you know, I've got a good play. It clears off a bunch of the board. I'm just gonna hold on to gadgets in. But there's no way for him to actually. There's no way for Par to actually kill the gadgets in. You had a bunch more spells. I think he. I said, I think he outthought himself a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through the play a bit more, and yeah, even as I try to put myself in the shoes of Freaks, I have to agree. Especially just Shaman being the way it is, you know. You know what the list looks like. Going into a 6-mana turn, there's a lot of playable stuff sitting in the hand of Para. Sure, you don't know what it is, but...
I don't know if he wanted to use that second prep, though. That's a costly blunder.
Yeah, maybe just a bit of feeling kind of rushed here.
So that will not be available for the next turn. Talked about novice engineers yet in Miracle?
Not
I'm about
today.
to see why they are not very common.
Yeah.
Wait, this is actually a ton of damage, though.
Let's see. Yeah, 14.
Well, I guess it's
What is
just
this? Couple shadow steps. Yeah, only
it's
7
20
mana.
this turn. Could go up to 24 if he draws second Cold Blood. We might actually see him shadow step the Farseer. He can only do it once. No, he can technically do it twice if he wanted to. Has to be careful not to overdraw.
Yeah.
I hope you like my invention.
Okay, I don't hate this.
That's a good off the top.
Very good draw here.
Although now you actually have a bit of a decision to make if you want to kill the spell damage or if you want to kill the minion on the other side of the flame tongue. Or hit the flame tongue.
I think I like that. And then, I guess Fan
I'll
can
just
do it
draw
too.
into Fan Knife.
Yeah, I was thinking with the Blade Flurry, maybe take most of that out, but okay.
That is not something I would have done.
Yeah, a little surprised to see that. Again, just right down to the
How much
wire.
damage is this? It's not actually that much. He's gonna... The rogue is going to discard a card here. It's not gonna be a really good card. But... Still.
My hand is full.
Balnos, yeah, you find
Leroy.
that.
He's got the Deadly Poison Flurry.
He does. Oh, yeah, he does have Deadly Poison in here. Okay.
Yeah, he used a Shadow Step, he used a Cold Blood, he's got no preps. He doesn't get to swing with the weapon before flurrying.
This is not bad. You get to slap a minion down. Just saw an Earth Shock.
Play the Edwin, that's nice. He's actually thinking about healing.
Yeah, which I think is probably reasonable. Let's see, seen one Rock Biter.
Heck, he doesn't run Lava Burst.
It does run Lava Burst. He's got, yeah, the possibility that I can see is Doom Hammer, Rock Biter.
Lightning Bolt? I
Yeah,
guess that would be
something
that would
like
have been
Lightning
exactly
Bolt.
13. Well, there's the Doom Hammer.
Yeah, one card off from all that.
You have to play it. I'm surprised he didn't play the Mana Tide. Just draw one more card.
Yeah, I am as well, actually. Yeah, just another shot at that Rock Biter would be huge. But, I mean, a Taunt Totem. Boy, if you knew it was going to be that, maybe you would take it.
That's what separates the good Shaman players from the great ones, I guess.
Yeah. I would just like a Taunt Totem here, thank you.
What I would argue to be not the cleanest rogue gameplay. Does look like Freaks has this one pretty much under control.
Yeah, I mean, I think this next draw from Par is going to be...
You're going to use the second Shadow Step just to heal up out of the range of the aggro Shaman. That's a good draw, but I'm not sure if it's enough.
Oh, wow, double hitting the Auctioneer here? Boy, I mean, I guess you were kind of boned no matter what. If you sent everything to face.
Oh, I think that
Puts
Deadly
him to
Poison
11.
is lethal.
Uh,
No, it's 2 off. Sorry. Because he has a
yeah, I think you're right. 2 off.
Taunt Totem.
2 cards left in Freaks' deck.
He's going to make sure he sees both of them.
I'm almost out of cards.
You just double sap here? No, you don't want to sap the Taunt Totem.
Yeah, I think you can be patient with that.
Yeah, you sap SI or something? That's an SI.
It's an
On the
Edwin,
left.
actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Does he play
I
plus
thought the same
SIs?
thing.
Yeah, he did. He had
He
them
did.
both like in his starting hand. Yeah, I think you just deadly poison, kill the taunt. And then,
Yeah, and then you can still...
yeah, you can still Edwin. And that's what,
mhm,
8-8?
something like that. It's going to be big.
It's gonna be a big boy.
Wow, no Edwin there. I mean, I guess the top deck Hex would have put a stop to it pretty quick,
Well,
but
needs
still.
taunt totem.
Wow.
It's just that easy, I
Yeah.
guess. Wait, does that even matter? I think he's still dead. Because the sap.
Oh, but hexing
Oh, wait.
the mana tide.
The smartest man to ever do it?
I mean, I guess. Well, it could just be deck tracker, but if you know exactly what's coming your way, yeah, you should know exactly what's in the hand of Freaks here.
That is true. And Freaks just needs to not goof up, basically.
Yeah, I think if you take this slow, you're still fine.
Yeah, he's still got 14 points of burst, 15 with the weapon. He can actually afford to do you just re-weapon Edwin Conceal? Like hit the taunt totem, re-weapon.
Swiftly.
Actually, wait, no, you were actually I think you were supposed to hit the frog. There. That doesn't matter.
Okay, we are seeing Edwin get concealed here.
Needs to roll a third taunt totem. Or draw into Feral Spirit. I believe he has those. Does he hit taunt again? Nope.
Not this time.
Not
All
this
right.
time. Yeah, not sure if I like the line from Freaks, but you know that the way he gets punished is not likely.
Yeah, I think maybe some missteps there, but not a big deal. A deck as good as Miracle Rogue, if you draw all the way through it, well, it turns out it has a lot of good cards.
Yeah, I think in that ending sequence, what you were actually supposed to do is you were supposed to hit the frog so he didn't have a chance to roll another taunt totem, and then just play a stealth 2/2 Edwin just to have 2 more damage.
Well, hit the frog
when you re-weapon, then you can sap the taunt totem.
I
And then
think.
just Leroy Cold Blood Abyss.
Well, that's still an issue because if the taunt totem's in your hand, you'd still have the chance of rolling a taunt and then.
No, I'm
drop
saying
it.
you sap next turn because you have enough mana for
I
it.
see. I see what you mean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
makes
had-
sense.
Well, brings us to game 5, I believe.
Yeah, so Shaman versus Warlock here. Let's see if we can scrounge that up. Okay.
Freaks has some interesting tech choices. Has a copy of Hellfire and a copy of the Black Knight in his Zulok deck.
I kind of like the Black Knight. Not a
fan.
huge fan of leper gnomes in Zoo in general. I would much prefer Shield Bearer. But yeah, this Hellfire. What do you think about Hellfire in Zoo? Because I am not a fan of it. At
Well,
all.
right now I'm thinking about the tragedy of Freaks' hand. Double Soulfire Doomguard, not what you like to see.
Don't worry, just top deck a 3 into a 4, and it sort of kind of works itself out, maybe.
Sometimes it just works. You
guess
just
you
tap
tap.
Soulfire, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything you could draw that you wouldn't like there.
Just hope it doesn't discard the Doomguard.
Okay, great.
Let's That's the best outcome, I think. But yeah, Hellfire and Zoo, I am not a fan of. I assume that's what you asked?
Yeah, yeah.
I was only half listening because of the whole double Soulfire Doomguard hand. But I think it's... I don't know. I don't think it's very good. I think it's a counter to Zoo bots, and I think you're going to be playing better players than Zoo bots in a tournament setting.
Yeah, I always hear the argument for it is it's a way to catch up if you've lost the board. But to me, it's like, it's one less card that you have to prevent you from falling behind. So it's like this weird idea that you're banking on things going poorly. I'm actually surprised that this game is not completely out of control. I mean, sure, the draw from Freaks is not ideal to begin with. But Shaman struggles a lot against Zoo, and now Shaman with no Lightning Storm. That's
Harvest Golem into Feral Spirits was actually, it's quite good for the Shaman. Especially when there isn't just like a world-ending hand for Zoo.
Boy, I'm not sure that I actually like this. There's no Hex to punish right now. Oh, there it is.
Well, that is probably the game. I don't think the Zoo is coming back from this. He needs exactly second Doomguard right now.
Yeah, I don't think you generally want to... I don't think you generally want to play Doomguard on 5 if you've got cards in hand. Like, I don't play a ton of Zoo, but from my experience from it, it's really not hard to just go up to 7, 8 mana, spend everything from your hand. Okay, sure, maybe you get rid of a Soulfire, or you use that Soulfire, take another chance to discard something that's not your Doomguard. But yeah, I think that is a huge mistake.
Yeah, there's very few hands for Zoo that require a lot of thought, and I think that was one of the few. When you get a hand like that where it's just all your big value discards, it's like, well, I'm gonna have to lose some of this. What do I want to get rid of? One of the few times that there's real skill expression in this deck. Well,
okay, well,
Hellfire's going to get value.
This is pretty much the greatest card ever. This is why I always play Hellfire and Zoo. I always say it's the best card to run.
Yeah, actually, I've always been a Hellfire believer. Back in the day, I've been saying it for years.
I remember you saying that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Alakir's the best. Actually, there is the Black Knight in the deck for Freaks. He's got an opportunity to tap 2 draws out of 15 cards. It's not the craziest thing. Oh, but we don't see Alakir.
Yeah, actually,
I guess
played
for
around
that
the Black
reason.
Knight.
Yeah,
that's why you look at your opponent's deck list. I mean, you can play a bunch of 3/2s.
Do you need a blessing?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not dead.
no, this is just why Zoo is so strong, like unbelievably resilient.
No, that's now he's dead, I think.
Well, you can't Flame Tongue with it. If he had 6, 8, 10.
Oh wait, no, he was actually 1 off.
Yeah, you could put him down to 1 if he did the Doom Hammer play.
Yeah. Well, you can tap into Black Knight and then Knife Juggler Black Knight and hit the Alakir.
Wow. I gotta say, I'm very, very surprised to see the outcome of this.
Yeah, that is not a good matchup for the Shaman.
No, I would think... I'm very curious, actually, but I gotta think the way that this deck was built with no Lightning Storm, it was kind of just like, well, hey, if I face Zoo, I face Zoo. You know, that's a losing matchup. Let's just hope it doesn't happen. Build towards some other matchups, but Still somehow snagged the win. That's very surprising to me. But
Yeah,
okay.
Shaman does have deceptively strong early curve if it can hit the cards it needs. You know, Harvest Golem, obviously a great anti-zoo card. Feral Spirits. Even saw that Argent Squire get a ton of value, especially after it got buffed. Got to trade like 3 for 1 or something.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can't just jump into the end of this match with Quatach and Happy Pants. Well, I think it is Quatach and not Quatachi. That's what I'm going with, because it is a capital I, which I didn't pick up on before. And I believe he's also got like a dash or something when it comes to Discord. Oh, and the game's over. So great work.
The series is over.
Yeah. That's gonna push.
We caught the photo finish.
Yeah, Quatach
It was
right
not
there.
really a photo finish. He was winning by a lot.
Yeah, gonna mean Quatach versus Satur in the semifinals, and that leaves. All right, looks like we got Dallin.
Semi-finalist again.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Dallin and Manthies just updated 1-1. Perfect. Just coming in at the start of this one. All right, I'll get the deck lists up.
Speaking of bad to-do matchups, got the Druid. Does have Violet Teacher. Makes things a little bit better.
Yeah, you know, this is interesting. I'll have to take another look at the list.
He's got the weird no Power of the Wild list, though. Just relying on Moonfires and Innervates, I guess. Just get those 1/1s. I don't know if I like that. I think if you're not running Power of the Wild, you're probably just better off playing Yeti.
Why, hello there.
But
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't mind Violet Teacher. Okay, so it was not... I just wanted to double check. Yeah, Manthies is running... running the Malagos list. It was... What was it? Sexy Muffin? That was actually running Starfall, which I think would really help in this matchup.
the hell? I think Starfall might just be too slow to matter, but I could be a hater.
Time run low.
It's definitely possible.
Yeah, I don't ever play it myself, but it seems reasonable on 5, especially with like Innervates and maybe with Wild Growth, although that's slow as well. Okay. Early Teacher into a Moonfire. I don't hate this at all.
Well, Soulfire is going to shut this down, though. I think you play double 1-drop Soulfire, except the loss of the Knife Juggler.
Boy, yeah, I'm really not sure.
Well,
Kinda
because you don't
looking
want
at
to
that
just play the
myself.
Knife Juggler Soulfire, because then it just gets hero powered, and you want to keep things on board.
Yeah, although you do lose the battle cry from the abusive as well, but
Also a little sad, but I don't think you're going to be too upset. It actually wasn't unreasonable to like just play the Voidwalker and then Soulfire. Try to keep the Knife Juggler. But
yeah, I could see that as well.
basically, you just wanted to play this Voidwalker. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I do agree with that. Now let's see if Manthies
We
could
see the
just...
swipe off the top.
I was gonna say, well, Moonfire again. You know, maybe
Have
deserves...
to use it.
Yeah, maybe deserves a little bit more credit with its ability to help in this matchup. Because we didn't see him combo it with Malagos before. Although it wasn't necessary.
You didn't even use it before. You let us down. The people.
That's right, that's right.
The light protects me.
Okay, I like this. Good minion placement as well.
Yeah, and Manthi's really has to hope Dawn keeps drawing a bunch of 1-drops. As soon as like a Doomguard or something hits the board, he is in big trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not great draws this turn.
We must cleanse the
Can use the
Sunwell.
Sun Cleric and get a decent trade off. Ooh, that's actually a really good draw. I think you play that actually. Clear off the 2/2 and the 3/2 and the taunt.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was just taking a look here at the list of Manthis. Also notable that there's no Thalnos in here. You know, a lot of times when you get those 2 health minions as a Zoo player in this matchup, feels good to be out of that kind of base swipe range, but you're always wondering, at around 6 mana, you know, could they combo it, Thalnos and swipe, get that spell power? But it's just not an option here.
Yeah, running Moonfire and not running Thalnos is definitely an interesting choice. I think that card is... If you're going to be running Moonfires anyways, I think Thalnos provides enough to be worth the inclusion in Druid.
Yeah, it is interesting. I suppose if you're going for
Stands a time
Malagos, like I said, Nourish is a decent way to draw, but there isn't a ton of extra draw. I guess it's one of those lists where you just kind of want like 35 cards instead of 30 in it. And this is the best you could do.
tree time.
Get that standard card, get your health and deck size 40.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Dolan continues drawing... Oh, there you go. That's what he was looking for.
Yep, very nice.
This game is still losable for Dolan.
Definitely is, but with this hand, I gotta say, Manthi's chances are fading pretty quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Manthi's not really getting those removal spells he needs. He drew both the Moonfires, but no Wrath, no Swipe, no Keeper. Already used a Force. Maybe you just have to Nourish for card draw and keep hoping that Doomguard doesn't show up. I know I keep saying it, but it keeps being true.
I'm not sure. I feel like the risk that you take here is just plopping down Cairn, taking the risk that there isn't that damage from hand. It's certainly a way to start cleaning stuff up on the board. It's really,
either
really
way,
slow.
you just have to hope for no Doomguard, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you at least get the Senjin next turn. And I think if you're Manthi's, you just... Or, Dallin, sorry. I think you just send damage to,
Draw though. Yeah, I think you send 8 face for
well,
sure.
and with Taunt. Makes that even more obvious.
It's a Harvest Golem that the Cairn can trade with. That doesn't even remove that much damage.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose with the Keeper, could have also taken out the Dwarf.
Yeah, I think I would have done that. Keepered the Dwarf, traded into him. You still have the 4/5.
I must safeguard.
Alright.
I think he's still dead.
Let's see
7,
with the wolf.
8. Not yet. If he believes in the heart of the cards, right?
Is it possible
Juggler
on
hits perfect.
Juggles here?
Actually, wait. If you if he direwolfed in between the 2/1 and the 2/3, he could have traded the Argus and the Priestess. Actually, I guess that. Well, yeah, that does change something. It would have put it into a he needs exactly 1 knife to hit face, and it would have been lethal. But now it's actually, I guess he can still do it. Yeah, so this is 8 damage. He can technically Elven Archer
Right.
and
Send it
it's
face.
a 1 in 3.
1 in 3. Yeah,
Oh
might
wait,
as
no,
well.
he can
at
just
this
Elven
point.
Archer the Leper Gnome. He can just shoot the Leper Gnome.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
Does he see it though?
I didn't see it. I mean, I
Oh, you
definitely
didn't see
saw
it.
it. No, it's just
Disappointing.
clearing.
That's not gonna matter.
Yeah, I don't think it will. It really does draw the game out. I think if you weren't gonna, well, obviously, gonna win or go for the lethal with the Elven Archer to face, I still feel like you. Well, I guess if anything survived there, he was just dead to combo. So no, he had to do that.
Yeah. A little unfortunate you didn't see the plays, but I guess it took us a minute as well. So
Yeah, us. Yeah, we definitely both seen it equally. I agree.
surely. Well, that's kind of a dead draw. Guess you have to play it.
Why do you call?
What?
Boy, very
trade the
aggressive.
Leper Gnome it. So it's down to 2.
Malagos not gonna help you here.
Yeah. What can he draw? Does that swipe do it?
No.
No, because he. Yeah, he has to leave the wolf up.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy.
If that didn't have taunt, he could have left it up. But yeah, because he can either swipes the wolf or hits it, or the taunt and hits it.
Mm-hmm.
He can't leave just one attack on board.
No, yeah. Even if he just had the one extra mana to hero power.
I feel fortunate to have witnessed this.
Well, not punished.
Yeah, still ends
Zilog
up squeaking it
does
out.
win a pretty favored matchup, to be fair.
Yeah, it was closer than I expected. After the way that was kind of developing, but all right, it's gonna
It
mean
got exciting.
yeah, Dallin done with Zoo here.
Anyways, I am going to have to step out.
Got to duck out. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Means a lot more work
Thanks
for
for-
me.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, yeah. I'd love to have you here as always. And yeah,
Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
thanks. Have a good one.
Class is in session.
All right, we're all alone. This is too bad. I always get a nice chance to just like zone out, let Derp handle things, especially while I'm here messing about with the overlays and whatnot. But all right, I'll try to lock in. So we got same druid back from Manthice. This time Miracle Rogue. This makes me curious what the bands actually look like. Let's see if I can't get those up. If Battlefy is going to cooperate. Taking a look. So Dallin had banned Manthice Rogue, but Manthice had banned the Hunter from Dallin. And now I'll take a peek. Okay, it looks a little bit different than before, but yeah, Dallin, boy, actually quite a few changes. He's been experimenting with this sort of control-y trap hunter. It looks a lot more aggressive than it used to, but I guess it scared Manthice for whatever reason, thought it warranted a ban over something like Miracle. Yeah, the early wild growth, the absolute dream. Might set up some interesting plays here. Boy, the opportunity to innervate Karen. Unfortunately, 2 sap sitting in the hand of Dallin. Probably worth the risk here. I think you would have likely innervated that Azure Drake if there was nothing else playable. You know, if you're the rogue player, you've got sap. I think you're probably likely to keep it. So maybe that's a consideration if you're up against the rogue. But boy, if that Cairn sticks... Yeah, that would have been huge, but okay. Close to the Gadgets and Conceal play. But yeah, I'm not sure that there's really anything too great to do here. Maybe thinking about running out the SI. Just getting something onto the board. For sure that combo, right? Dealing 2 damage just isn't the best in this matchup in general. Not a lot of stuff that it's just going to be able to outright kill. Yeah, so I think a pretty reasonable play here. I guess Manthai's thinking, well, you had the 1 sap. Surely you wouldn't have a 2nd sap. But if we see a prep here, we're probably going to see the 2nd sap as well. Alright, guess we'll have to wait a turn. Thinking about the lore, I mean, lore to draw into combo pieces, into Moonfires. Right, I guess he's kind of got 2 combos going on in this deck. I think it's a very reasonable play, but maybe just considering, you know, how valuable is that heal down the road. Yeah, ultimately I really like that lore play. 1 combo piece, some direct damage potentially. Okay, it gets a little bit interesting here, right? The Conceal can be extremely good with that Edwin. I wonder if we're going to see Edwin Shadow Stepped and then Concealed? No, I'm just going to go ahead and do it like that. Saving the Shadow Step for Leroy. I think I would have liked that extra Shadow Step in there. End up with an 8/8 Edwin. Untargetable. Plus you get the immediate draws, but still, I mean, representing a pretty big threat here. And I guess like looking at how much damage with the charge and roar. I believe he's just 15 at the moment, so not quite at a point where he can start thinking about killing down, but yeah, just knowing it's a possibility in the future. Now the other big thing here is that both saps are down, so something like this Senjin is gonna potentially get a lot more value. Drew to the Claw, Taunted could get a lot more value. I really don't mind something like that, like the Senjin with the Keeper. Heck, even a Senjin swipe to face. Yeah, I really like this. 3 minions, going to be tough to deal with. Setting Dallin down to 15. See what we can do coming back the other way. Now, I'm wondering if he's going to Oh, yeah, single Blade Flurry. Okay, there's a single Blade Flurry in the list from Dallin. Yeah, I'm sort of wondering if we might see a Deadly Poison there to dig a little bit more for it. Yeah, so far this making sense as well. Yeah, I guess just considering, you know, prepping now. I'm guessing with Fan is the target. Or yeah, maybe doing a Deadly Poison to draw first. Not a lot of time here. Are we even going to see the prep go off? Boy, it seems like maybe just a bit of panic there at the end. Because yeah, Dallin being at 15, obviously aware that the combo could be coming his way. So didn't want to make that swing with the weapon. I think that's all that was. But yeah, no combo. We've got Savage Roar, so with the Druid of the Claw would just be 8. You get, what, 9 with the Moonfire. Malaga's here is just 6. If it sticks, of course, you've got this massive swipe. But I don't think you want to just let these two guys live.
No more niceties.
Alright, well, pushes Dallin down to 10. But still, I don't think any immediate threat. Let's see. Well, actually, with 10... With 10, let's see. Druid of the Claw, Savage Roar, charging, plus Moonfire's hero power is exactly 10. Okay. Okay, setting up for something. Now, what do we have? We got a lot of damage here from Dallin. I haven't been doing the math. 10, 14... 2023? Okay. Yeah, I guess could have prepped the Deadly Poison as well, just for like a little bit more damage, but would have still fallen short. Well, geez, now Manthias gets to choose the way in which they'd like to win. But yeah, I don't think a lot else that could have been done there. I'm not sure if that was necessarily the best line. Was there some way to dig for an out there? That's gonna tie things up 2-2. Let me just get get that updated. It does mean Miracle Rogue is still gonna be in contention here. The Druid is then out. So let's see what the final deck is here. Which is going to go up against this Miracle Rogue, having to win with every single deck in the Conquest format. And it's Warrior. Alright. Let's get that up. So we did see this Warrior from Manthias, right? No Alex. Harrison's obviously going to help in this matchup. Brawl, a pretty good tool for dealing with a concealed gadgets hand. Tinkmaster Overspark, almost certainly in here for that concealed gadgets hand specifically, although it's also good for things like Karen and Sylvanas. Don't typically run a lot of silence as Control Warrior. See him hovering over it. Gotta think there's no way you throw that back. And yeah, even a single Korkron, which is pretty good at dealing with your opponent's Azure Drakes. Honestly, just not a bad hand here from Manthias. Not entirely sure what the consideration is. There's a number of different ways to play this matchup. One of them is to just generate crazy amounts of armor. And things aren't always going to go that way if you're the warrior. But with this hand, I gotta think that's what you're considering. Now, thankfully, Manthice has the coin. Yeah, early Armorsmith is going to be good. But really just to prevent this Gadgetzan coin conceal play. Although, you know what? Prep is an even better coin. Interesting. Just going to start chipping away at the Armorsmith here. I don't think the damage is a big issue, but yeah, every little bit of armor that Manthice is going to get here is going to be a big, big deal. And actually, that Whirlwind is another way to just generate crazy amounts of armor with double Armorsmith here. So double Whirlwind even. Now, the only problem with these two Armorsmiths on board is they are additional targets for the Tinkmaster. But they're going to render that Fan and Knives, I won't say useless, but a lot worse than it would normally be. And I think Dallin already feeling the pressure of this armor generation. Like, you want to get rid of the Armorsmiths. You certainly do, but yeah, there's just really not an effective way to do it. Now, knowing that your opponent has that Tinkmaster, I'm sure Dallin is also considering the fact that these Armorsmiths benefit him to some degree. But wow, another shield block. This really is. This is just crazy, crazy amounts of armor. I think it's normally quite a tough matchup for a control warrior. Although this is catered a bit more to deal with Miracle Rogue, but this is just the dream sequence. And if you're down, I think, oh no, just gonna go ahead and do the Drake play. I think I liked the Gadgetzan prep conceal, especially with another conceal. You're just going to be able to draw so much so fast. And now this actually provides an opportunity to start cleaning up this board for the Tinkmaster, if Manthice chooses. It looks like it's going to be a Taskmaster Whirlwind. Which, yeah, 6 armor. Definitely huge here. Even had the ability there to Taskmaster one of the Armorsmiths, bump him in. But no, just trying to keep him alive for as long as possible. This is where we see the Fan. Okay, so most of the armor generation, other than the hero power, out of the way. Dallin basically knowing what he's up against. 55 armor. I'm assuming we see a hit here. Or maybe, yeah, maybe just leaving it up because of the Tinkmaster possibility. But the other thing that I guess Dallin would be considering is Brawl, right? Keeping the Armorsmith alive. He certainly liked the Brawl. But if he's been paying close attention, I'm sure he knows that this card has been in his hand right from the start. But I guess not worried about the Brawl. I mean, at least the outcome is Devilsaur, which is a decent way of chipping away at 26 armor. I'm not sure what Manthice is considering as far as the weapon swing here. Certainly don't think you swing into the Devilsaur. Next turn, you've got the ability to hit and get it if you want. Now just go ahead and do it. Take probably 10 damage from this thing.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Alright, well, let's see. Okay, actually going to swing into the Tink Master. Go ahead and conceal. 13 damage on board. Boy. Okay, I guess this is the forward thinking from Man-Thighs. One step ahead of me, anyway, was, yeah, the idea of concealing that Devilsaur. Knowing that there's still one left in the deck. It's a way to deal that additional 2 damage. If that was the thought process, definitely really, really well done.
So many options.
Well, I'm not counting through Dallin's damage here. There is a lot with Leroy Double Shadow Step on 8 mana. But I'm pretty confident he's not looking at 40. So gonna still need to, yeah, secure these bodies on board a bit longer. A couple deadly poisons, so definitely gonna also help push a lot of damage. And just so much at the high end here from Man-Thighs. Reg, 2 out of 3 hits are pretty good. Or you can just go for the Grom for removal. And I really don't mind that. You know, Grom is a great finisher, but even Reg going forward has the ability to send damage to face. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. There's the other Cold Blood, which I think was the big consideration for the Drake, right? The ability to buff it once again. Okay, I guess keeping Edwin below that BGH range. Right, a tactical 6/6 could have been a 10/10. Not really necessary when you're sitting on Leroy Double Shadow Step. So, as nice as the start was for Man-Thighs, boy, and that Harrison coming in at just the wrong time. Definitely an opportunity here for Down to take it. If it's Reg, which I think it has to be.
Cataclysmic.
I gotta think this is Man-Thighs thinking through the possibilities, knowing that the game is potentially in the hands of Reg. It's 18 damage from Leroy, 19 with the hero power. Add another 6 onto that. Wow! And that's the game as is. Certainly had the ability to draw for a bit more with the fan. Could have been prepped or something like that, but yeah, Man-Thigh's just gonna make Dallin have it. Maybe hoping for a misclick on a whelp or something. Yeah, I know they used to come flying across the screen, across Hero's face. He actually had the ability to target them. But that's it. Wow. Dallin gonna take it, ending the series at 3-2. And I believe, but let's double check that is... I was gonna say get us ready for the semifinals, but we might still have another match going. Website is just loading here. No, Severe. Let's see if we can get it out. All right, Severe ended up taking it 3-0 over Para. So we got Severe versus Dallin. Quatach versus Satur. I believe we've seen all these players now at least the semi-final level. I'll be messaging people one by one. We'll start with Severe and Dallin. Yeah, so we got Severe. We'll go to Dallin. And yeah, we'll be going through these games one by one. So, or these series one by one, I should say. Now, I'm going to guess. Take a bold guess that this is just going to take a little bit of time here. Everyone gets situated, you get bands in, all that kind of stuff. So, I think it's time for a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back to jump into things. All right, so we know who's in it. Can bring up the deck lists. I guess we'll have to decide who we're spectating at the bottom. I guess we'll go down here. And Sevieres over here on top. Now I can take a quick look at the actual matchup, see if there's any bans in. Otherwise, we can just start to look through the deck list. So no, yeah, don't see any bans. Probably the easiest way. Just like this. So this is what we got from Dallin. This is the lineup. We've seen Dallin, like I said, make it to, for sure, at least the semifinals. I remember a matchup before with Crusher, Hunter v Hunter. That kind of trap style. And yeah, you can see I'm going with something a little bit different with Hunter. So it's got some of those control elements. I love the faceless, double high main, Black Knight on the high end, especially here in this tournament format where you're going to be facing a lot of Druid. You know, double deadly shot against those big targets. But yeah, a few interesting choices here. So Doomsayer is definitely a new addition. I think we did see the Jungle Panthers before. A little bit interesting with no Houndmaster. But it's a great way to oftentimes, I think, secure 4 damage on the board. But also develop kill command. Even Mukla in here. I mean, there's just a lot going on. We saw this banned before. Kind of curious to see what the ban decisions are. Otherwise, yeah, we're looking at Zoo. Pretty common, Ramp, Druid, and Miracle Rogue. Nothing else too crazy. There's on the side of Severe. This is what we're looking at. So we got Zoo as well, Miracle Rogue. Nothing really standing out to me in either of the lists. Except these Leprinoms, you know, just... I'm telling you, if this is a shield bearer, much better on average. Okay, Bloodlust Shaman. Though it is running Lightning Storm, so... if we do see that Shaman versus Zoo matchup, gonna fare a lot better there. And then, okay, a Token Druid. Again, you sometimes see these token druids running wild growth. Sometimes they opt not to. But really not a lot here on the high end. I find this sometimes, yeah, pretty interesting. What makes people want to opt to go with it versus something else that you can kind of get to stick on the board. But I don't think anything too out of the ordinary there from what we see. Do we have bans now? We do. So Sivir has banned, actually both players have banned each other's rogues. So we're going to be seeing no Miracle Rogue. I'm sure everyone is really sad about that. You know, everyone's favorite deck to play against. I also just realized that that thing never updates there, and they might be in the middle of a game, and I might have just been talking for too long. Alright, just turn one. Not too bad.
One shot, one kiss.
Okay. So Zoo versus Zoo. Let's get the lists up. So I think they are very, very similar lists as a whole, right? Both running Leper Gnome. Boy, on quick inspection, they actually look exactly the same. So this is what it looks like when two bots run into each other. Okay, very cool. But wow. This opening, kind of interesting too. You have the decision to go ahead and Soulfire there, but instead opting to trade the Flame Imp in, which I really don't mind. It looks like it's going to be Knife Juggler and something. Could go for the 1 in 4 Elven Archer on the Flame Imp. Would have actually won it. Well, potentially. I suppose hitting the other Elven Archer there probably changed the actual outcome. Okay, still going to hold on to that Soulfire though. Which is going to pay off. I think if we see this Dark Iron Dwarf here. Now, ideally, you get something playable. Ooh. Yeah, you're still doing it. It's a really, really strong board. Knife Juggler is such a pain in the mirror here. Boy, and I guess on the side of Dallin, you're really just hoping for a Soulfire of your own. Probably tapping into that. Boy, you know what'd be great here is Hellfire. I always say you should run Hellfire. Just for these mirror matchups. At least something playable. Don't think the health penalty of that tap is going to be a big issue here. Alright, so now just a question of, yeah, where do you swing before throwing knives out? Interesting. Certainly got a wasted knife. Turn was played a bit quickly. Oof. Yeah, just not a lot to be done here. You're staring at 12 damage plus knives. Actually potential lethal. Just gonna miss, but I think that's gonna be it. Unless Dallin can somehow just will a Hellfire into existence. Actually, that would still kill his own hero. Pretty obvious Doomguard tap concede play. Right, it's just a very quick game one. Interesting. So it's going to mean no more... oops. Updating the wrong one. Gonna mean no more Zoo from the side of Severe. But we'll still have to see Dallin win with that Zoo going forward, so. See what both of them bring to it. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Zoo again. I think your odds are pretty decent against this lineup. Let's see. It is the Hunter and the Druid. It's favorable versus Druid. This Hunter, boy, it is hard to say. No, we're not going to see it, so. Zoo versus Druid, I think what you're hoping for. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong list there. I was looking at Downs. Of course it's not the Hunter. It is Druid or Shaman. Okay, so yeah, both a little unfavorable into Zoo. Druid probably a little bit more favorable, so alright, this decision making a lot more sense here. Okay, we'll have to see. Yeah, would expect a juggler there. Not sure I like the placement all the way over to the right. It does get the buff though, which is a huge deal. If the buff went the other way, Keeper shooting that juggler. It's really, really nice to swing things back in your favor. I do like this. Wow. 2 jugglers to face. Yeah, you already got value off of that priestess. Huge value, in fact. Now, really, really tough to scrape back in this. I think the right call there. You know, Keeper, you get a bigger body on the board, but I don't think you can just let that Knife Juggler live. However, this is one of those hands where a Doomguard on 5 looks just about perfect. Okay, Force of Nature though. Actually a huge deal, because you'd be able to get 6 damage off of that Doomguard. It's an opportunity for Severe to stabilize. You definitely trade Bubbles here. Bubble is a lot more valuable for Dallin with all the buffs that it can receive. Actually, a bit of a question. Okay, just gonna opt to Doomguard send it to face. I wouldn't have minded Dark Iron on that turn either. But boy, I don't think anything that can be done. Yeah, Drake can't really draw you into anything. Savage Roar. It's just not enough to kill it. Well, I suppose you can kill it along with yourself all at once. Okay, and a quick win for Zoo there. Yeah, I think you're really relying on like a taunt to be dropped there. Then the Zoo just kind of bricks their draws from that point, but... Alright, we're seeing the strength of Zoo. I really do think Zoo is underrated by a lot of top players, you know. You see bots run it, you see new players run it. And it does look incredibly easy. And it's hard to be too bad with the deck, but still, you bring it to these tournaments, you get to the final rounds, and it can still just really easily snag wins. Now this I'm excited to see. First of all, it's a couple... I think 2 very underrated classes as far as laddering and tournament experience goes, really. But this Hunter list, it's extremely unusual. Definitely has some, like I highlighted before, some unique inclusions in here. But there's a decent amount that I'm familiar with here. Stuff like the Wild Pyromancer. Severe messaging me already, not realizing there was no Unleash. I guess that had to do with this mulligan. Although I didn't see exactly what that was, but... But yeah, it is interesting to not include Unleash the Hounds. It certainly means you cut Starving Buzzard as well, which I can somewhat understand why you're not a huge fan of Starving Buzzard. It's a bit of an inconsistent draw. When it works, it's great. Whereas this, yeah, is going to be a little bit more of a well-rounded list with those Drakes on 5. Doomsayer actually just killing totems I think is fine. You know, if there's too much on the board from Severe, it becomes an easy target for Hex or Earthshock. So might as well just get some value while you can. If he builds up more stuff on the board from this point, Dallin should have an easier job dealing with it, whether it's a single big thing or going a bit wider again with those totems. Looking like a bit of a consideration here. Eaglehorn Bow Arcane Shot is a clear, which I like because no tokens can get spawned. But maybe was also considering coining the Freezing Trap to just try to get that extra charge. This does afford him the ability to coin the High Main next turn, but we can see Hex just sitting there in Severe's hand. Not gonna go too great if that's what he opts for. And actually these wolves, kind of annoying to deal with. I can get a clear with the kill command. It's not too bad swinging here, you know, knowing that you've got the other bow in hand, your opponent doesn't have any weapon removal. This is a little bit interesting. Pyromancer, very often, I think, does a good job of clearing these totems from Shamans. But just feels the need to get that bit of pressure now, which I can understand. Seems like a pretty obvious Hex, but luckily not a great follow-up afterwards. Yes, if you're just saying, okay, I think this is the best Lightning Storm I'm going to get. 2 Overload, not a huge deal, can still play Fire Elemental the following turn. I think a reasonable line. I do like getting the Freezing Trap out now. Just be as mana efficient as possible. We see both players just snap decisions. Although Fire Elemental into that Freezing Trap. Yeah, maybe not going to work out too great for Severe. Yeah, this suddenly becomes quite an awkward play. You know, if that was a Drake the previous turn, you'd actually be able to Earthshock and Fire Elemental without swinging the Drake into that Freezing Trap. Or without first doing it, rather. Okay, a Taunt Totem, a really big deal. Right? No healing in the list of the Shaman. It's pretty uncommon in general. So when you can roll those Taunt Totems against a Hunter that's going to just be able to chip away with their hero power. And this one, which you know is running stuff like Kill Command. Yeah, really, really big deal. Alright, looks like it's going to pay off for Dallin to have not swung the previous turn. Very interesting choice here. Honestly, not the worst target for the Black Knight. Just given this situation, being able to take this out just means more damage to your opponent's face.
I wonder.
Hunter's Mark certainly not as valuable now with that that Pyromancer gone. It's always a great combo. You could always take the Black Knight hoping to hold on to it for Alakir. I would think that's a mistake, especially seeing this Flame Tongue out. There's just too much potential damage coming your way. I like the Black Knight just hitting the totem here. Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what it's going to be. Yeah, and just going to continue playing that board control game. Force the Fire Elemental to get picked up by the Freezing Trap if it's going to swing. Now, of course, whether it's this one or this one, we'll have the ability to shoot Mukla. Of course, could opt to Earth Shock as well. So Severe still got some answers, but yeah, on a clock here. Facing 7 damage. If there's another charge on this bow, it's a big deal. Potentially 6 from Leroy, 2 every turn from the hero power, and yeah, just a decent amount that's in here to just kind of chip away at your opponent. Now, I wonder if the consideration here is just whether or not to proc this trap. Because I gotta think you want to hold off as long as possible. Especially, yeah, with something sticky like a Harvest Golem. Can be difficult to force a Fire Elemental to get picked up. Now, we see the Owl in the hand of Dallin, so he could obviously silence that, swing in with the Black Knight, but then he's also not really pushing that much damage. Interesting. Just gonna send it. There still is the opportunity to potentially Owl and swing at the Golem, but oh boy. Flame Tongue Totem, 2 bananas and a Bloodlust. I gotta think that that's it. It's 18. I mean, just with the Flame Tongue alone. Oh, the Rock Biter off the top. Didn't even see that. Yeah, pretty decisive victory. Well, that's interesting. I really think, knowing Bloodlust is in the list. There's always Rockbiter, Alakir potential. I'm very surprised we didn't see that Golem get taken out, but understandably, Dallin was in a bit of a difficult position there. You know, you lean too hard into trading. I guess just thinking it's too difficult to come up with that damage in the long run. And honestly, that's a fair consideration. But alright, so we're going to have to see a win from that Hunter. Shaman now off the table for Severe. That leaves just this Druid. I think this is the whole list here. Very, very curious to see this matchup. I think, in general, Control Hunter is a little behind in this matchup. I think it's a little Druid favored. But there's definitely tools in here that have Druid in mind, right? The Black Knight, the most obvious one. Faceless is good here. A lot of times you can Faceless an opponent's minion and then do something like Deadly Shot or Freezing Trap. All in the same turn for a reasonable amount of mana. So yeah, those 2 cards are going to do quite well. I really think it's a reasonable time to get a Doomsayer down, but he doesn't have to. I kind of like Freezing Trap here, to be honest. You're definitely playing the board control game for this first little bit with the Doomsayer, the Deadly Shot, Freezing Trap. Alright, Severe just looking for more options. Gonna be able to round out a nice 5-6 if he chooses. Yeah, and I mean the Doomsayer didn't really do a ton there, right? Probably prevented the Harvest Golem play. But for sure the consideration was a Yeti or a Violet Teacher. Something at that 4 spot. I think one of the better targets for Deadly Shot here, for sure. Like, this is a fine Freezing Trap target, but you also have to keep in mind you'll just be giving Severe a 7-mana taunt, which is still playable going forward. Very, very interesting here, though. Not sure that I'm a fan of this. It makes next turn quite awkward. I guess we see the Freezing Trap on the Cairn, which is fortunate. I was thinking it would be pretty important to save the coin for the High Main on the following turn. Yeah, easy snag of the Freezing Trap. Nice that he plays it off the right side of his hand from a tracking too. You know, showing like, oh, I just got the answer here, how fortunate was that. But he's actually sitting on a second copy in his hand. I think most people know that, right? You generally want to play cards off of the right side. Makes it seem like everything over to the left couldn't possibly be a copy of that. But there's a little bit of different kind of theory involved with that. But now, yeah, it gets awkward. This token variety is just going to make these Deadly Shots so much harder to use. Yeah, I think unsurprisingly the silence there. Power of the Wild just makes these hits nice and clean. Keeps the Death Rattle on the Cairn. It's a little bit interesting to do it that way versus the other way, but really just depends, you know, what do you want to play against, because if Drake hits the Sanjin, it's down to 2, can potentially die from Explosive Trap. Very fortunate Deadly Shot. I think that was certainly the correct call. Again, maybe a way back into this for Dallin, but it's still a rough position because just not a ton of follow-up here.
Pay attention, class. The light.
Teacher, and okay, gonna try to get that Squire picked up again. What can you even do here as Dallin? I mean, you could Pyromancer, Deadly Shot, hit the Teacher. Ooh, not gonna work. Yeah, and then hope to Explosive Trap, I guess. Boy, giving bananas, yeah, to somebody with a Violet Teacher on board just feels bad. Definitely feels bad. Yeah, I'm looking through Dallin's list, trying to figure out how does he possibly win this, but I think this list really relies on securing minions on the board in that mid game and just pushing reasonable amounts of damage, right? 4 from the Jungle Panther and the Drake, maybe a hit from a Senjin, something like that. but just really wasn't able to get anything going. Oh, this is just so painful.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, no Unleash the Hounds. A lot of times that's your way back in the game. Something like Buzzard, Unleash, you know, maybe pull a Hunter's Mark for something like this. But Dallin's still going to try to scrap his way back through it. Does he have any way to refill? He's got Drakes for the draw. Boy, I don't know. A Tracking and a Flare for Cycle. Okay, even just going to heal there. You could tell Severe just not at all scared to even go down to 17. And really, yeah, he shouldn't be. Looks like that's just gonna be it. Savage Roar, I mean, again, just another how would you like to win scenario. And Severe's gonna take it. Win number 3. It's gonna get Severe advancing to the finals here. So, we'll reset the win counter. Once his bracket is up, there we go. Everything's all loaded back. Message our participants. We got Quatach versus Severe. Quatach and Satur. And I'll get their deck list ready. We'll do the same kind of thing. So, I guess we'll do Quatach on the bottom here. Yeah, Severe. Satur on top. And, yeah, as they're kind of going through their bands, everything like that, let's take a look at the deck list. So, Quatach. Rogue Warrior, Druid, Warlock. Okay, we see the Deathwing in Warrior. I think previously Quatach had brought Deathwing in with Druid, which I think I maybe like a little bit more, but I mean, it fits into Warrior as well. And a Ysera. Boy, really, really interesting Warrior list. You can see stuff like the Black Knight certainly going to be really nice against Druids. I think this Deathwing is usually going to be in here for Druids. Double Brawl, double Korkron, double BGH even. Okay. So yeah, what was really cut here? This list, for some reason, it just feels like it's running everything. I can't really figure out what the sacrifice was. Something must be missing, but this is very, very interesting. Now let me make sure that I don't miss out on the match once it starts. Otherwise, yeah, standard Miracle, standard Ramp, I think, standard Handlock. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Boy, this is really gonna eat it, man. I mean, I know there's no like Gorehowl, no Harrison even, but yeah, what? There's something missing, and I'm just not picking up on it. Otherwise, yeah, we got Satur here. So what is Satur running? We got, usually he's got some different decks. So Handlock looking pretty standard. Nothing jumping out at me there. It's kind of, boy, it's an aggressive, I guess like a tempo mage. Definitely could secure some early tempo. Okay, kind of interesting. Single copy of Arcane Missiles. You get the damage from the Gnome, but a little bit more on the high end. He does opt for that one Flame Strike. I know that's a bit of a consideration with some of these lists. Druid looks a little bit more common. Same thing though. Okay, Wild Growth, Power of the Wild. Going for that whole thing. So yeah, I think very similar to what we just saw from Severe. Shaman though. Definitely looking different. Opting for a Wind Speaker. You know, I really don't mind Wind Fury. And Satur was running very cool list before that was kind of like a mid-range combo Shaman. It had, you know, Leroy in it as well with Flame Tongues. It had the ability to Wind Fury then with your Rock Biters. But this time, okay, opting for a Wind Speaker. Definitely curious to know why you'd go for the body over the Wind Fury spell. But that's okay. I like Jungle Panther. I think it's a very underrated 3. Interesting to see it in Shaman. Definitely you see it more in Hunter just for that beast synergy. Fairy Dragon, a reasonably solid 2. Getting a bit of draw from the Loot Hoarders to Thalnos. Okay, but still got the Drakes on the high end. Does offer a bit of spell power and then double Doomhammer for that consistency. Alright, so yeah, very, very aggressive Shaman with some cool stuff. Yeah, curious to see how that goes. Do we have bans in? Let's see. So Quatach has banned, oh, the Shaman from Satur. Interesting. And Satur has banned the Warlock from Quatach. So no Handlock for Quatach. But we will be seeing Miracle Rogue and Druid. 2 most commonly banned classes. And yeah, banning that Aggro Shaman. That I'm a little bit surprised by. I thought Quatach's lineup looked not too bad against those aggressive lists like that. But alright. Okay, let me get the correct lists up now. What do we have? Druid here. I think it does top out here. Ancient War. That is for Quatach and Satur with Mage. Alright, so Wild Growth, great. The Black Knight, I think the only targets are actually those mirror images. Yeah, it looks like it. So not the greatest. Satur just going to take his time, I guess, thinking through if he wants to coin mirror image maybe. My cat just wants to say hi, if you guys can pick up on that. Yeah, I think you got a Wild Growth there. I'm sure there are times where you'd want to hero power against these aggressive lists. Obviously, like hero power against a Leper Gnome. Yeah, pretty nice way of cleaning it up. But this is going to allow for, yeah, a Yeti, a Swipe. Plus just extra mana down the road, followed up with a Druid of the Claw. I can't believe I'm talking through a Wild Growth on turn 2 play. This is interesting. Just based on the hovering there, maybe a Sorcerer's Apprentice coin Frostbolt? No, okay, gonna save that. Not gonna go for the Frostbolt. Yeah, I think if you go for the mirror images, no point of doing Frostbolt. But obviously, the ability to freeze, prevent a hero power, if he wasn't gonna play those taunts down, could be very powerful. But now a Swipe on the Sorcerer's Apprentice is, I mean, it's incredible here. Yeah, again, in the semifinals, I think both players just thinking things through. Oh, here we go. There we go. Somebody helping me out here in chat. So if you're pointing out, there's no Grom in the Warrior of Quatach. So there's one of the sacrifices. I knew something was up. Okay. Yeah, mirror entity. here is just so good against Druid. I think this is exactly what you want to do. Get the Keeper out. Something's going to have to get copied. You're unlikely to get a much better copy than that. Prevents your bigger stuff from getting hit. That's still the most Black Knight value you can get going forward. Now there is a single counter spell in the list of Satur. So I'm sure that was a consideration for the previous turn as well. You know, having that Wrath. But even though, yeah, this is the best value you're gonna get from the Black Knight, I don't think you're really that concerned with getting it now. You know, the Yeti body's the same, able to take advantage of the Wrath. Now kind of an interesting... Oh wow, well the Ancient of War I think looks like a much more tempting play than anything else here. Although Hero Power Drew to the Clot, also pretty reasonable. You know, I think Ancient of Lore, able to heal and draw, but you can save that for later. I don't see any rush to getting that out.
Where shall I strike? Job's done.
Yeah, okay. Pretty reasonable. Unfortunately, not going to get that Black Knight value. But claiming the board and, yeah, really got a long way to extend that, I think. Okay, no Fireball from Satur here. Instead, going to go ahead with the Ice Lance. Okay. Also pretty reasonable. I mean, there's tons of good Fireball targets. Face being one of them as well. Yeah, not really sure what the consideration is here. There really isn't a counter to Ancient of War. This is one of the things with open deck lists. Right, you can look through everything. Is there a polymorph? No. Right, doesn't have the mana for something like double Fireball. Yeah, that 5/10 just going to be so difficult to manage here. And Satur, a couple things that could be going on. For one, could be thinking about, do I cast a Fireball now to be mana efficient? And again, that could be on Malfurion, right? On the hero, just try to maybe win with like a Rag Snipe even. Okay, I'm gonna Hero Power forward. The other thing that it could be is just by waiting, you know, kind of like a poker player. If you spend the time thinking through your turn, maybe hovering over some cards, you're certainly going to get the gears turning in your opponent's head. Maybe they start connecting some dots that they shouldn't.
I have no time for games.
This board is just getting scarier and scarier, and I think Quatach knows, right? 3, I won't say unplayable, but nearly unplayable cards in hand that previous turn. Seems reasonable. One of them could be a Rag when you're just on 7 mana. So Sylvanas gonna be the play here. Boy, oh boy. Well, that can be just the biggest taunt wall ever. Yeah, maybe just trying to calculate at this point. Is it possible to die through burn? You know, is it a requirement to heal? Or maybe even bump the 5/10 into the Drake, heal it up with the lore? Yeah, you're still going to get that 1 armor off of the hero power. You could swipe and play the Black Knight. I mean, honestly, everything here looks pretty reasonable. Interesting. Gonna end up drawing with it. And actually trading Sylvanas. Okay. I think Kotlach maybe thinking through some things that I'm not. It still doesn't make Reg a great play here. Just because 10 health on that Ancient of War. But removing Sylvan is always going to make it better. How much damage is this now? We're looking at 9, 17 with double Savage Roar at the moment. I mean, BGH obviously is great to counter that Reg, but just not necessary, right? Yeah, I'm not really surprised to see this either. I think we're going to have to see this Fireball used as a clear. Just to make sure that Satur doesn't die here. And I mean, he's got to be thinking every turn that goes by. Combo potential increases a ton, especially having drawn 2 cards. Yeah, maybe he just goes for the Reg shot. He's got to get a bit lucky. Hit the Black Knight and something else goes his way. Okay, so still not going to be enough for Kotlach to close it out. But yeah, 2 5/10s now. I mean, both Fireballs down. Not a lot that Reg can do here. I mean, hopefully hits one of these things. Alright, not great, but they are both frozen. Trying to think if there's a way back in it for Satur, even if that Reg shot went and hit one of those taunts. It just seems so impossible at this point. Mirror image stall things out just a little bit more. Yeah, but we can see pretty clearly over at this point. And yeah, I don't know if there really was an opportunity, even with some kind of Antonidas play. I guess a Flame Strike draw, if that Reg hit would have went better. Yeah, just maybe. Kotlach gonna opt to double Savage Roar. Just, you know, make sure you don't miss lethal. Pretty reasonable. Don't necessarily want to chance it up to math here in the semifinals, but yeah, game 1 gonna go to Kotlach. Playing Druid here, so that is it for Druid. Satur gonna have to snag a win with this mage to advance to the finals. And we did see Kotlach win the very first one of these tournaments, right? I believe it was the first NA tournament, not the second. Yeah, it was the first, so not really surprising to see that the Kotlach has advanced this far. And you know, that's not to discount Satur either. Was in the finals of actually our previous EU tournament. And always actually just making a run pretty close. I think maybe struggled in our first tournament, got knocked out kind of early, and every other one has been making it pretty far. So it's cool seeing all these like familiar names come back. You're seeing the, I think, play styles kind of emerge, right? I'm not at all surprised now to see Deathwing here in one of Quatach's lists. And yeah, even a bit of a tournament meta, which I think I've mentioned before. Zoo, I feel like, is always the like flex deck. That's the list that some people tend to have a lot of success with. Some people tend to build around, and others just tend to entirely ignore its existence. But still, I think a bit of a question mark as to whether or not it certainly belongs in your lineup. Because we've seen varying degrees of success. And yeah, even a Shaman today with no lightning storms. But Handlock here against Miracle Rogue. Favorable matchup for Satur. So got to be happy that this is how the selection process went for these two players. Everything we see here pretty standard thus far. You know, always the choice of that Farseer on 3. The heal, not really that valuable. Not as valuable as it is in a lot of other matchups, so not necessary to get it. It's a reasonable bit of tempo. Yeah, so really not surprised to see that. And then the swing here just kind of indicating very, very likely to hero power next turn. Yeah, as you'd expect, get the Ancient Watcher out. Right, couldn't even tap there. Now, these Ancient Watchers almost always get value in this matchup. It's one of the big reasons why Handlock does so well against Miracle Rogue. If they're taunted, they're annoying. If they're silenced, they're annoying. If they're just sitting there on board as a threat to be Shadow Flamed, they're annoying. They're just annoying. And so a lot of times as the Rogue player, you want to preemptively deal with them. So, you know, if there was a nice clean SI play here, I think we'd see a snap decision to trade the 3/3 SI for 2. Okay, but instead going to see a sap and just a bunch of early aggression. Because, yeah, Quatach, this is very interesting, right? Doesn't have the gadgets in. There's no obvious plays on the following turns. And here, you know, if you're Satur, you can't just drop a Mountain Giant like you were planning to do and be okay with it. You could potentially, let's see, you've got a Watcher that you can't taunt. You've got a Shadow Flame that you can't use on anything. I mean, this is unbelievably rough. I mean, there's 15 damage coming your way, and we can see there's more sitting here in the hand of Quatach. But yeah, this might honestly be the only option. Get a Mountain Giant out and just pray that you're not dead, that you don't take 4. I don't really see what else you could have done there. Maybe the thought here, do you coin the Ancient Watcher as well? Could maybe set up for an Argus play going forward. But even here, if this isn't lethal, oh boy. It's so bad for Satur. Like a single Eviscerate can go through taunts to finish things off. I mean, there are Farseers in Sature's deck, so heal is possible. It's just they're not sitting in his hand right now. Okay, well, yeah, not really sure all the thinking that's going into this play, but the biggest thing for me, right, if he Hero Powers, Deadly Poisons, sends all the damage. Okay, this is exactly what we're going to see. Right, he's thinking, do I conceal, do I not? And I think you don't conceal. Oh, but he's going to go ahead and do it. Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay, he just ends his turn. Yeah, I think you don't, so that you have the combo ability on the SI, right? If you're going to see a Shadow Flame here, or on a Molten or something. Or you see, yeah, a Giant Taunt. I think Taunt's got to be the only consideration. What was this off the top? The Drake. I've got a very hungry cat here watching the games with me. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you just have to taunt, because you got nothing else if you Shadow Flame. You don't have a Sun Fury you can coin into. Uh-oh. Okay, good. We don't want any technical issues here on a game that's this crazy. Yeah, you plop it down. I guess he's considering trading due to the possibility of saps versus just pushing damage, hoping to survive. We see it doesn't matter. Right, conceal SI just kills him. But wow, I mean, the hand just kind of worked out such that Quatach was somewhat forced to just go ahead and make that play, be that aggressive. But still, I have to give credit for correctly reading that and seeing to do it. All right, I'm gonna feed my cat before this game, so it can be meow free. We'll return shortly.
I must protect the Fire Lord.
We are back. Just in time for the game. Let's get the lists ready. So, yeah, we knew it had to be Warrior. Win has to come with Warrior. Satur deciding. Druid's going to be the answer to that. And I think a good choice. I think this is the time to really remember. You have to win with every single deck. And so what does that mean? It means we got to check the Warrior matchups. Warrior versus Druid. Druid is favored. What else do we got? We've got Warrior versus Handlock. With this list from Quatach, boy, a little hard to say, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's gotta be close, right? Things like double BGH are going to be very good. Deathwing, Black Knight. But then you've also got no Grom, so it's a little hard to finish. Yeah, maybe Warrior favorite there, but a little bit closer. And then finally it's that Tempo Mage. And I think the Tempo Mage is what's going to struggle the most against Warrior. And yeah, I think this list will actually do a pretty good job at dealing with it as well. Oh yeah, also no Alex in this list. Okay, so no Grom, no Alex. But really not the greatest draw from Satur. I mean, Swipe in this matchup, not generally all that good. But Double Swipe, oh boy, not what you're hoping for. Now, Quatach has got some options. Running out the BGH is not that crazy. Hero Power Shield Slam in the 3-2, also okay. Taskmaster on the Armor Smith, running that into something. Also decent. I mean, there's a lot to consider here. Not even sure which one I would hit, to be honest. Probably the Golem. But the interesting thing about BGH in this matchup, it might seem dead, right? It might seem completely dead, and it's not the greatest card here. Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. Just to secure things. You're not really expecting the Druid to keep a swipe in their opener or anything like that. So it actually does end up getting good value. But yeah, with the other Taskmaster now, one more still in the deck of Kotach, you can buff up these 5 attack minions in the BGH range. And it actually happens fairly commonly in this matchup. Yeah, I gotta think this is a Druid of the Claw. But I guess a question as to, is it a charge or a taunt, right? Knowing that the Black Knight is in Kotach's deck, knowing he's still sitting on the coin, yeah, seems like a pretty easy charge, and just nice to deal with that Armor Smith immediately. Yeah, it does become a little bit more of an execute or shield slam target, but what I'm actually thinking here is, this is faceless time. I think you're fine with just 5 mana, remove a 4/3. You've got 2 in the list. This isn't some super heavy ramp list that's running things like Reg or Ysera or an Ancient of War. So this is most of your targets are actually probably going to be your own, but it's very, very tough to secure those big things on the board. Okay, just going to be a shield slam. I do think it's also reasonable just for the fact that, you know, while you have the armor, you might as well take advantage of it. Sometimes if you wait too long, hoping to, yeah, maybe kill a 5/5, you just won't have 5 armor at that time. And there's the Deathwing. See, the issue here is that now I'm starting to wonder if you've got to run out that BGH. Trading with the Harvest Golem, not ideal. But yeah, we could see a Deathwing get pretty big value. Ysera, Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier. I'm not a big fan of Ysera, especially outside of Druid. I don't really see it doing a whole lot. I mean, the 4/12 body is difficult to deal with as a Druid, but I think a lot of times you're just dead at that point. This is where we can see the pressure starting to mount here. Sitting on combo with 10 damage on board. Boy, what is the answer here? You can get a safe trade, but I think you just brawl. And I'm going to take a bold guess. Oh, actually going to use Sarah. Alright. I was going to boldly guess that Ancient of Lore would win the brawl, but... Alright, unfortunately we don't get to see that. Well, there's the silence. It doesn't kill the Ysera, but... pretty good. Plopping a sticky minion down and then buffing everything. Not to mention, we're looking at double combo here because of that Innervate, so... Right, Satura is just fine with how this is going. And I suppose that's a lot to read into from Kotach. You know, maybe that's why I was so made a snap decision to say that, yeah, Brawl is the right play. I think that's what we got to do. That's a little bit of that caster bias just coming into play. Boy, and that buff. I mean, Ysera Awakens wasn't looking great to begin with. But that buff on the lore just makes it that much more annoying. I don't see a way out of this, right? This is... Oh, maybe with a brawl. Hold on. Double combo is 22 damage. So if we could get a lucky brawl where Ysera won and then armor up, I guess that would be okay. This just seems like such a reasonable play. You know, given the state of the board, I can 100% understand not playing around double combo here. But Druid, gonna get to do some Druid things this game. Yeah, I mean, again, 13 cards left in the deck of Satur. I think that's something you really start to consider later in the game when it's just a little bit more obvious that they might have all those pieces together. Can definitely understand the play there from Climax, but a much needed win from Satur. Nice, keeping the series a little closer, a little intense. And again, I think that was sort of the expectation. Druid should beat Warrior. Now we start to get... I'm going to assume we see Handlock here. And I think this starts to become a more even matchup. But I'm very, very interested to see how this list of Kotaches tries to close out a match against a Handlock. BGH is going to be great against those big targets. Faceless can be great on your own stuff. Or your opponents, right? The Black Knight. Maybe we see a wild Deathwing play. But it's going to be Mage. We may not get an opportunity to see what that looks like. Because, yeah, I do. I think this is a very, very difficult matchup for the Mage. Usually you just end up running out of steam. Right? Warrior's got very good removal. It can generate tons of armor. And this list in particular, I mean, it's got everything on the low end. It's got Whirlwinds, it's got Brawls. I think you keep Slam and Brawl. Wow, throwing it all back. I guess just looking... Ooh. I was gonna say just looking for like War Axe and maybe Armorsmith. Definitely surprised to see the Slam thrown away. I can understand throwing the Brawl away because there's 2 in the deck. But now from Satur, not the greatest opening, you know, sort of whiffed early there. But does have that Kirin Tor Mirror entity, which is really, really nice against Warrior. That, well, isn't playing anything against the... Or playing any of these small minions out onto the board. I mean, that is the thing with this Tempo Mage. This isn't the greatest matchup. But we're seeing a poor draw from Climax. Though that Fiery War Axe, not looking terrible. But if you get that tempo, you can secure a Mana Worm, play a bunch of spells, freeze minions or your opponent's face. There's the potential for it to just absolutely snowball out of control. And I think what's going on here is Climax is worried about Counterspell, actually. Something like Shield Block, Shield Slam could be really nice here. But yeah, gotta contend with Counterspell and that Mirror Entity. Kor'kron, obviously not something that you're really enthusiastic about getting copied. But you just don't have the ability to pull the trigger and do something like Shield Block, Shield Slam. Maybe this turn, he just goes ahead and takes the risk. I mean, there are 2 Mirror Entities and only 1 Counterspell. I also think Mage is more likely to keep the Mirror Entity in their opening hand. So if he's paying attention to the mulligan, might have an idea about that. But yeah, a lot to consider that. Just the counterspell existing in the deck. Really throwing a wrench in the plans of Quitachi. Yeah, gonna test it with the Whirlwind. So now he knows. Thinking, okay, do I armor up and then shield slam the 4-2, swing my weapon into the Drake, or do I go ahead and shield block like I originally could have done? I actually think a very difficult decision there. I kind of liked the armor up play instead. But I guess it does become a little bit more difficult to, yeah, a couple of considerations. The more that I think about it, it's a little bit more difficult to play that shield block down the road. And I think he's just digging for a small minion to eat this mirror entity. And unfortunately doesn't get it. Okay. An interesting idea. He can faceless... he can faceless a mirror image. I think that's what we're gonna see. Yeah, faceless on the mirror image. Go ahead, give another mirror image. Alright, I like it. That's a bit of improvisation there. Okay, no more commitment to the board. I wouldn't have minded seeing like a Frostbolt or a Fireball here. There's no Alex to heal back, so you don't really have to worry about like getting below 15 or anything like that. But you want the buffs on the Worm. I guess it doesn't matter if you're just having to take out the mirror entity. So it makes sense to wait, but it's more just a mana efficiency thing at that point. This is actually like a really, really rough position for Quitachi. Oh, and we didn't see this go face, right? Okay. So a little bit of a mistake, but honestly, I don't think it's going to matter. There's even potential that we have to see another faceless on a mirror image just to survive. Is that correct? I think that's... it's actually right. Looks like that's oh no, okay, just gonna go for the Cairn. Hope that that Satur isn't sitting on lethal, but yeah, with just the buff and the Fireball, that's gonna be enough. It even has the hero power to do another one. Wow, so this is a huge deal. Right? An unfavorable matchup that goes in favor of Satur. And I really think it was largely due to the mulligan. I think throwing away Slam and Brawl there was just a big mistake. They're maybe not the greatest cards in that matchup, but in a matchup that's somewhat favorable, you just have to... that's actually, I would say, quite favorable. You just have to not whiff on your opening draw like that. And that opened up the potential to do it. And unfortunately for Quitachi, yeah, was his undoing. So now we get to see it. It is Warrior versus Handlock, and just a very odd Warrior list against what I would say is a very typical Handlock, right? We see Alex instead of Jiraxis, which I quite like. We got Leroy, double power overwhelming. 2 Siphon Souls, right? Pretty heavy on the anti-control. And no BGH, which I think is actually very notable. But, I mean, going for 2 Siphon Souls, that's fine. I think it's an okay cut there. BGH, also quite a nice Shadow Flame target, I think, a lot of the time, but that's okay. Let's see how this goes. Because, yeah, I think with standard lists, It's a very close matchup. It's pretty even a lot of the time. I think some people argue it's slightly favored one way or another. But it's really, really hard to say the way that these are built. This is exactly what you would expect. You're going to get the Mountain Giant here on 4. Quatach just trying to build up as much armor as possible. You know, has the ability to just Taskmaster execute. I don't even think it'd be the craziest thing to see a coin armor up here. Guess we're not going to see it. It would just provide the ability to then armor up again the following turn and shield slam a Mountain Giant. You don't generally need the coin to like force tempo a lot of times in these matchups, but he does have quite a beefy high end with that Ysera, with that Deathwing. Sitting on a rag in hand, it's reasonable to do things this way.
What now?
Yeah, quite curious to see what happens here. And I like this. So this is very different than in the Rogue matchup. You're just not that concerned with these Ancient Watchers as a warrior, especially not early in the game. You're actually more scared that they would silence this. And I think if it wasn't for Sylvanas and Karin, that would be a reasonable play.
My shield for Argus.
Alright, and yeah, we're just going to see things kind of slowly unfold here. The other thing worth noting, or that I think is just really important about the matchup, is what happens with these brawls. Right, if you're going to taunt up Ancient Watchers, it's another thing on board for a brawl that you're kind of just okay letting sit there. I like this, right? You take immediate action against the minion that's going to be able to chip away at your face. I think sometimes as the handlock, it can even be smart to just buff this up, because you know that that Sun Fury could get smacked by a Korkron or a Fiery War Axe. It's maybe outthinking yourself at times, but that's just kind of how these slow matchups go, and just mouse over these, make sure people kind of know what's actually in the hand of Satura. Always hard to see those upside down cards. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think Satura's looking at this with any sense of urgency either, right? Yeah, a bump, a pass. And really just doesn't make it a very appetizing rag play. There's a couple Siphon Souls. The only nice thing about getting rag out, which isn't really even that nice, is that it gets rid of one of those Siphon Souls potentially. You know, you're forcing them to have it. But I think Quatach is probably going to be fine with this Karin. Usually you just want to get value the turn that you play rag. There's only really a 1 in 3 chance it does what you're hoping it does there. And now I'm certainly expecting a silence. But it's still a bit of a question. The 5/6 taunt wall, it's a little annoying here. Okay, actually opting to Argus Coil. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I was going to say, wow, okay, this is all kind of happening at once. Maybe you don't want to silence because you don't want to commit another minion to the board when you've got these two. That makes something like a brawl appetizing. But again, that's kind of this whole unbiased. I can see the hand of Quatach. There's no brawl, so I'm thinking about whether the overcommittal makes sense. But top decking brawl, yeah, great given the circumstances. Now 2 taunt activators gone. Holy, oh my god! Sometimes Hearthstone is just a cruel, cruel game. Looks like actually gonna coin this Korkron. How much is that? Interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna push this damage, and yeah, this is where it gets interesting. This is Molten Giant territory, but 2 Arguses down. And you know that there's no Grom from your opponent. So Reg is going to help a lot as a closer. I think that's what Quatach is viewing this as. Potentially just 8 damage to Satur's face. Obviously not going to be that easy. But yeah, Satur I don't think has to worry as much as normal against your standard control warrior, where you're thinking 15 is kind of the magic number. Usually you'll have this Fiery War Axe plus 12 from Grom Taskmaster. And he's just above that, at the point where tapping would be risky. Certainly fortunate to be sitting on this Rag in hand. It just, after that brawl play, makes everything look so much better. Okay, opting not to go ahead and use the owl. Now, what is this though? 4, 8, 11, 15 with the faceless? Oh my. Well, I will say this is not at all how I expected this game to end, but I asked the question, how is this deck supposed to close out versus Handlock? Apparently the answer is double Korkron faceless? Very interesting. Very curious to know what Quatach thinks about this matchup in general. Does that ever normally happen in a game? I have no idea. But that's it. That is going to give us our finals. However, we do play a 3rd place match, so we'll be doing that first. Let me get the updated bracket. You guys probably have it going on in your head. So we got Severe versus Quatach in the finals. Before that, we'll see Dallin take on Satur in the 3rd place match. So, go ahead. Message Dallin. Go ahead and message Satur. And when they're ready, yeah, we'll get going. So, I guess we've already got Satur with his decks set up. Yes. Boy, when I see Severe, I get it mixed up with Satur all the time. So I guess we'll get Dallin's here at the bottom. Alright. And then, yeah, that recently chatted thing always throwing me off. Well, wouldn't you know it? Well, everyone's getting ready. I mean, we've just seen these players' decks. We've been into them. It's a great time for everyone. Go get a snack. Go to the washroom. Go pet your whiny cat that can't stand that you sit here in front of a computer all day instead of loving her. Whatever it is that you have to do. And we'll be right back with the 3rd place game. We're back. Cat is still grumpy. But we got water. Had our bathroom break. Life is good. Now let's see. Like I said, I don't think we need to really jump into deck lists necessarily, but maybe we can see bands here. Are bands completed? Yeah, so Dallin banned Satur's Druid, and Satur banned Dallin's Warlock. I believe Dallin was running Zoo, right? He was. Okay, so no Zoo. Here we go. Jump into it from Dallin's perspective here at the bottom. And then we'll get Satur up top here with the Shaman. Very cool. I'm happy about this. We get to see this Shaman in action. I think it was here. As it topped out at Doomhammer. There we go. Okay, let me update the wins. 0, 0. Not 20. Alright, so aggro Shaman against this kind of control-y, I don't know what hunter. Explosive Trap, great here. This is another one of those things, you know, on ladder. I suppose you're happy keeping Explosive Trap in this matchup anyway. You'd probably expect like a mid-range Shaman. But you know that, Wild Pyromancer, these cards just become such obvious keeps when you know what your opponent's got. And boy, we might get to see double Jungle Panther. I cannot tell you how excited I am for this card. I'm telling you, Jungle Panther belongs in more decks. Stealth, highly underrated. People complain about Conceal all the time. Look at this. It's built into Jungle Panther. This is so annoying for Dallin to deal with. And it's going to be annoying for Satur to deal with if Dallin runs his Jungle Panther out. And I'm not sure about this, though. This just gives such an efficient trade on the Mukla. Boy, there's actually just a lot of damage here. It's possible, just given out this went, it's possible Satur just wants to push damage here as well, especially the way that this hand goes. All kinds of options though. Rolling a spell power totem would be huge here. Okay, not gonna get that lucky. You could even like bolt Earthshock, coin Earthshock, something wild like that. But yeah, this is certainly a list that doesn't want to trade. But very, very curious what Satur ends up deciding. Okay, bananas on the healing totem. Did we see a swing here? No, just gonna wait here. Be a little patient. Not really sure what the patience is for. I mean, there's always the dream scenario of some sort of wind speaker on your stealth Jungle Panther. But not really in a position where that's game winning yet. Now, if you're Dallin, you're generally also going to play the cleanup game. Right? Fight for a bit of board control, but no, opting to go face. And I wonder if part of that is because of this hit in combination with Lightning Bolt or a Rock Biter on this. I think that's just both players kind of thinking a turn ahead about that potential. Okay, so we are going to see the trade-off. Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised to see like a Flame Tongue and then just damage sent towards Dallin's face, but yeah, it wasn't the case. Boy, just a really awkward way of dealing with this for Dallin. I'm trying to run through potential plays in my head. I guess Jungle Panther Kill Command. Not too bad. It mitigates some damage. But again, I think Dallin might get into that position where it's just like, how do I close this out? At some point, I need to push damage as well. But I don't think you can be greedy here as Dallin. Sure, the previous turn, Mukla going face. I can understand it. But I'm not sure I can see it here. If he was closer to 9 mana, where you're looking at Faceless Leroy, then I don't mind being a little more aggressive there. But I think this is the right call. And now, yeah, not the strongest board here from Satur. The draw off of this Loot Hoarder, though. Real big deal. Yeah, I like the Flame Tongue coming down. It's still just awkward to deal with. Is there? Yeah, there's just nothing great here. Actually, I think this Searing Totem is a big issue. If you're Dallin, I think you want to take this Flame Tongue Totem out and actually Freezing Trap the Loot Hoarder. Giving Satur more draw with as much burn as he's got. It's just not pretty. Okay. I mean, this does deal with some stuff on board. I think you just have to. Because at this point, you also can't take 6 damage next turn just from minions. I don't know how bad the draws would have to be off of that. But I think you probably just do the one. Pyromancer, Freezing Trap, Hero Power. I don't think you worry about the totems. Wow, and actually, not the greatest draws here for Satur. Nothing that's going to close things out right away. There was certainly the potential given the deck. There we go. Now that's more what you're looking for, I think. Yeah, I think something like an Earth Shock makes sense here. You just want to make sure you're playing that Doom Hammer. Set up for the Rockbiter lethal next turn, but I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think Doomhammer Feral Spirit is maybe just better. Right, the overload doesn't matter. You're setting up for lethal. He's got no heal. But Dallin does have the ability to taunt, so it's not guaranteed. Well, in his deck, he has the ability to taunt. Yeah, I think I like this. Oh, I'm gonna go with the Panther instead. Okay. I guess that's fine too. Doomhammer with the Rock Biter, like you can still just do it next turn as well. But this tracking could be huge. Oh, no, we've already seen it's only one explosive trap in the list. Okay, actually not going to be a big deal then. Yeah, of course the tour is going to be very happy with that Feral Spirit play. We know that there's Faceless Leroy sitting here for Dallin. Oh boy, just going to chance it on the high main, I guess. But that's going to be it. Doomhammer Rockbiter just does it here. Alright, well, Satur taking the win. I mean, Shaman is out of contention. At least we got to see a game with it. But yeah, unfortunately, still just no wins for Dallin's Hunter here. Or at least not from what we've seen. I suppose there might have been some wins earlier in the tournament. Let's see, yeah, what is he going to counter with? A Hunter, it's going to have to beat something. Seems like it's also a list that Dallin's quite comfortable with. He's always, from my memory, brought some sort of Hunter like this. At least inspired by that kind of control archetype. He always seems to make it more of like a hybrid. Okay, but opting to move away from it. Maybe just give it a little break. Move on to Druid. Where does that top at? Ancient of War. We get to see some handlock here. Alright, so Druid versus handlock. I think most people would agree pretty even matchup. I think this is another one kind of similar to Control Warrior. You know, maybe some people give one the edge over the other. A lot of that's probably just, you know, what are you more comfortable with, that kind of thing. But there are some lists where Druid is running 2 BGHs. It isn't going to be the case here. In those cases, I think Druid really gets to swing things in their favor, especially if they can get an early BGH versus that turn 4 Mountain Giant. Seems like so many games hinge on that exact moment. But that's not what we're going to see here at all. In fact, we only see a Drake, no Mountain Giant. So Drake with the ability to be silenced, but not killed in the same turn. It's actually not the greatest thing if you're Dallin. Yeah, it looks like Dallin gonna try to optimize it, taunt this up. Right, play a minion that can't just die here. Then next turn, more likely to see something like Keeper and Wrath with the draw. But okay, actually making the hit here is Satur. I guess Satur reading into that fact, thinking, alright, good chance you got a silence up your sleeve. Gonna do the work for him. Okay, actually opting to hero power instead of Wrath. A little interesting, but not too crazy. Don't necessarily need a draw for next turn. I think you're pretty happy with that Drake. Might be able to get more accomplished with some spell power down the road. Is that maybe what we're gonna see here? Okay, getting the BGH is big though. Right, you can put the card in your deck, but you're not always guaranteed to get it in this matchup. And in fact, we're seeing quite the opposite. No Mountain Giants here. The Satur certainly going to be looking for them. Be curious to see if Soulfire's coming out on this Drake, and it is. Boy, that is not what you wanted to discard. Always rough. Soulfire in these decks. I mean, Handlock just runs so many good cards. So many things that are situational or high value. I mean, you're almost never happy being forced to discard like that. But Siphon Soul against things like Ancient of War, oof. That's what you got him there for. Okay, Wrath, Sylvanas. Now we're into combo mana, but no combo just yet. So yes, Satur, I guess, probably looking at this, 19 cards left in the deck.
I have no time for games.
Okay, I mean, just going to go to try to like equalize on the board. I mean, that still doesn't save you versus versus combo. Does this mean that Dallin is going to push damage to face? Oh, okay. Very interesting. Wow, oh, okay. I was not expecting this line at all. I mean, suddenly this makes Molten Giant playable. I guess with the BGH, though, you know that only a single Molten... Well, that's not necessarily true. If Satur was sitting on 2 Molten Giants or gets one here, yeah, even something playable in the Watcher can get it out with a Sun Fury. But I'm guessing that's what Dallin was looking at. Well, it's only 1 Molten Giant that could be taunted. Okay, so you get the BGH. I don't believe this is enough, right? Savage Roar. Oh, but with the swipe? Oh. Oh, forget it. It is. Okay. Well, Dallin, I guess, just didn't want to win. Might not punish here. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't matter. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't do the quick math there to see exactly how much damage that was, but certainly would have ended up being lethal. That's okay, though. Evens things out 1-1. Didn't really matter. I mean, such an advantageous position to be in. Grumpy Cat is back. But yeah, that means Druid also out of things now. Satur gonna have to see a win with Handlock here to take this best of 5. Hi, Grumpy Cat. Why are you so grumpy? Oh, okay.
Rexa versus Gul'dan.
Alright, back with Hunter.
Soul shall be mine.
So, Dallin
The hunt begins.
took his break. Said, alright, feeling confident. Bring back the Hunter. And again, there's some things here that I think work very well in this matchup. Certainly an unusual matchup. I don't think anyone's really seen a lot of this style of Hunter on ladder before. Kill Command is going to be great for dealing damage through taunts. The Hero Power is going to be great. Deadly Shot, the Black Knight, right? Lots of good single target removal. Even an Iron Beak in there for the Twilight Drake. Oof, okay, that Mukla is just rude. Oh my god. Oh, it feels so bad. God, that feels awful. Alright, what's gone from the Soulfire? Not the Molten you're hoping. Alright, Faceless actually a pretty reasonable discard. Things actually aren't too dire here for Satura. Getting the other Twilight Drake, which is great. But I would expect to see that Freezing Trap. Yeah, seems pretty pretty obvious. Now the Arcus is going to be able to taunt the Drake up if Satur chooses. Can even beef it up a bit with that banana. Although banana's a little interesting, you know, not at risk of overdrawing anytime soon. So maybe keeping them there for Mountain Giants could be beneficial. Boy. Cat is super grumpy, but yeah. Oh, jeez. I mean, for sure you would like the bananas to get discarded there.
None shall.
This is just rough. All the answers from Dallin. Yeah, and really don't have to worry too much about these damage thresholds. Now, you've seen one Molten gone. Satur hasn't been able to draw like he would like. Oh my, and the high main is great, because that's actually a decent opportunity for Satur to stabilize, right? Get a bit of health, take something out. Okay. Gonna try to stay in it. Now, how much damage is he facing? 6, 9, 11, 16. So we know if he just opts to Molten Giant and wait it out, he's done. But I guess that's it. There's just nothing to do here. Yeah, just trying to use the mana while he can. Ready to Argus next turn. And alright. Dallin, you missed an easy one early. Let's... Okay, the freebie. Perfect. Okay, so Dallin able to snag a win with that Hunter. We get to see it. Yeah, not sure what the overall matchup win rate looks like. It does not surprise me. The Hunter's got a lot of tools to deal with Handlock. I think Handlock in general just hates Kill Command, hates that Hunter hero power. But yeah, very decisive victory. So, what does that leave Dallin with? Rogue. Where is that Rogue? Here, I assume it tops out there. Sure it does. Okay, but Handlock you like here, right? Handlock versus Miracle. That's just fine if you're Satur. Okay, so far, no gadgets in. Conceal magic here for Dallin. Twilight Drake, quite nice for Satura. You'd also like to see Ancient Watchers at some point here. No rush to get them out. But I guess Dallin just thinking, do I draw with this Shiv? Oh. Or an early beefy Edwin. I mean, sometimes when you're not dealt a hand where you think you're going to be able to draw all those pieces later, yeah, you might as well do it in this order. Yeah, then you opt to go for these Edwin kind of plays, but this is, I mean, he's got to know just how risky this is. We see the owl just sitting there, waiting for Edwin. I mean, it's a risk, you know, it's a possibility. Only a single owl in Satura's deck. Maybe it wouldn't matter if he decided to kind of draw things out. But boy, that, it's got to feel bad if you're down. Alright, just gonna chunk through this thing. Save the sap for something a little bigger, beefier. Maybe at a time where it presents lethal. It's the hope anyway. Alright, finally getting these other pieces. So, as aggressive of a start as Dallin had, and as easily answered as it was for Satura, you know, still up at 27 health. On turn 6 as a handlock, you're feeling pretty great. Boy, make that 30. But we start to see Miracle Rogue with the opportunity to begin its draw engine. And there is a Shadow Flame. But it's a bit of an awkward Shadow Flame play here. If Satura opts for it. Yeah, exactly. The power overwhelming. And I think the right call. Still able to play a Mountain Giant on the following turn. Dallin gets to develop the board a bit here. Boy, 2 Mountain Giants here. Now, this isn't just like a you immediately pull the trigger type play. You're at 26, so I think you're okay taking 6 here, but you have to know if you get sapped, it is a problem. How much damage are we actually looking at? This is 6, 12, 18, 22, 23. Oh boy. Alright, what's the discard gonna be? The other Soulfire. Not great. Yeah, deciding on the sap here, very, very interesting. It's great to just not have to deal with an 8/8. But if this thing gets taunted up, things get pretty nasty for you. See what Dallin's thinking. You know, this is an opportunity to just deal some damage before there's any taunts up. Molten Giants aren't really a threat at the moment. But actually giving those whelps, that's not ideal either. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Blade Flurry here. Yeah. Because something like Argus on those whelps, it gets very difficult for Miracle Rogue to deal with multiple taunted minions. But now with that, now Moltens are certainly enabled. Alright, if we see the Argus here, and it's got to be the Faceless after. Order really doesn't matter. It's either that or the Molten. Getting taunted up, I gotta think.
Almost out of time.
Yeah, Molten's slightly bigger. Only thing with the Molten is you potentially get more value out of it later, but not really sure that the mana is an issue here. So, we know there's one sap. Not gonna be two. This isn't over, though. Right, Cold Blood onto that Earthen. Gonna allow it to take out the Molten. Sap sends the Giant back. Okay, going for a full clear.
This guy's toast.
Yeah, so not only open deck lists, but Satur also knowing that that's a 2-mana Leroy sitting in the hand of Dallin. And what does he actually have? Boy, apologies for the grumpy cat. Yeah, so you know you're facing 10 damage as is. Healing up by 1 with Alex can be a very big deal, right? It removes Eviscerate as a potential source of lethal. Yeah, I can't see what the thinking is with Hellfire. Honestly, Sylvanas Power Overwhelming is also a play. You get the steal on the 3/3. Negates 3 damage. Okay. What is this? 6, not enough. And I guess you have to just run Leroy in? But yeah, how does this help you? I mean, you're down at 6. I can't possibly think how you get out of this. You'd have to get like an auctioneer off the top, snowball this into something, but I mean, Power Overwhelming just even means this whelp could just about kill you. Not, well, I guess maybe he's thinking about Power Overwhelming now to drop him to 1, but not sure about that. And yeah, no way to force the Thalnos to draw. That's going to be it. 2-2. Tied up, keeping the 3rd place game nice and exciting. It means it's going to be Miracle Rogue versus... what do we have left? Is it Mage? I think it's Mage, right? I believe Druid was the ban. Boy, I think this Mage might actually be favored, or at least in not too bad of a spot against Rogue. Right? Lots of aggro decks do very, very well against Rogue. They just kill them before they get their draw engine off. This isn't necessarily aggro, but that initial tempo, you know, leper gnomes, arcane missiles, frostbolt, it presents a lot of early damage. Both players here would just love to have the coin. So very fortunate for Dallin to actually get it. Oh, do you go for frostbolt? You have to know it's a possibility that you have hero power, coin, deadly poison. Are you banking on it? I guess not. Because you get the buff on the mana worm, you get to freeze the enemy hero. But there's always other answers to your mana worm as well. I mean, coin eviscerate would be pretty nice. Interesting. Hitting the gnome. Yeah, I think this is... Oh, I don't like the arcane intellect play. You've got time... Yeah, this is great. You've got time later to draw. If that apprentice lives, you know, potentially it's even next turn. Your top deck, very good chance it's playable. Getting the buff and the freeze, I mean, this is very nice. Yeah, Dallin almost certainly going to use the eviscerate, and I'm wondering if even the sap. No. Yeah, these mana worms just so difficult to deal with. Not sure if that 3 damage won't come back to bite him. Right, only one Farseer in Dallin's deck. Yeah, you see the sap getting used now. Okay, there was the potential to, with the coin, make a new weapon. But the other deadly poison in hand, I guess just comfortable. Getting rid of the 3-1. Oh boy. That's not what you want to see. If that was a prep, and prepping the other fan, that's great. You get the draws, you get the clear. But suddenly I think things are looking amazing for Satur here. Yeah, 4 damage. I mean, Dallin just can't afford to take any damage. At this point, even if the board is clear, you're still worried about 2 fireballs. Right, there's a reasonable amount of draw in the deck. Even a rag once you get up to 8. Yeah, this is a very, very rough spot. Gonna be able to get the clear here, though. But yeah, Satur, some snap decision making. Boy, there's one of the fireballs. Not even waiting to see what comes off of that arcane intellect. Okay, 2 fireballs. This fan's gonna have to draw a farce here, I think, to even have a chance. That is not a farce here. That's going to be it. Series is going to go to Satur. Satur securing 3rd place. You know, we just saw Satur get 2nd place in our previous EU tournament, right? Lots of people opting to play on both servers. So some pretty nice back-to-back tournament runs, and if I'm not mistaken, might have even... Boy, I might have to dig up the bracket from our previous NA tournament. Might have even scored 3rd there as well. But before I delay things any further, everyone, we are on to the finals. Devere and Quatach. I will message them now. I think I would just go ahead and have a bathroom break just because, you know. Touch severe. Where? Severe? Oh, there he is. Yeah, we'll get you bans, all that kind of stuff. Now, keep in mind, out of the other 2 tournaments that we've had, our very first winner was Quatach, and our very second winner was Severe. Somebody who normally plays on EU came over to NA, and yeah, too bad. Too bad when you're that good, you don't get to watch. Yeah, so we've actually got the winners of the previous tournaments here, and oh yeah, going back a bit, Quatach came 3rd place in our previous NA tournament, and Dallin was 4th. Okay. Trying to stir up a little hype, some bad blood, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just fun. Alright, probably nothing more to glean off of that. Let's get start getting decks situated. Yeah. Final chance for snacks, bathroom break, all that good stuff. We have Quatach at the bottom, Severe on top. Reset these to 0. As soon as we see these players active and ready, we'll jump into the game. I'll be stepping away for just a minute here. Back. Hopefully didn't miss much. Trying to placate the cat. with enough pets. Fortunately, it looks like we missed first couple turns, but hopefully not a big deal here. Yell at me in the YouTube comments. I don't care. All right. Handlock from... Oh, wait. Were we already on it? Jeez. Really on things. From Quitach here. Severe Rockin' Druid. There it is. And let me just quickly check out the bands then. So looking at that, Severe banned Quitach's Rogue, and Quitach banned Severe Shaman. Alright, very interesting. So yeah, again, a matchup I think generally pretty even, but no BGH here in this Druid list. Which I think is going to make it a lot more difficult for Severe. But yeah, these players get a chance to do something pretty cool, which is become the first person participating in our classic tournaments to win twice. Somebody today has to be a two-time winner. I think both of these players, they've showed a lot in previous tournaments. See them in chat sometimes in Twitch, which is cool. Yeah, both very, very skilled, deserving of that title. Yeah, now this gets awkward. You do have the Molten Giant. In case there's a lot of damage coming your way. I don't mind the Faceless on the Yeti here. But I do... Okay. With the Owl Silence, not too bad. Yeah, I do think probably necessary to use that Soulfire for any potential buffs. Yeah, even just a Savage Roar there without Force of Nature. Very scary board. And I guess we're gonna see a clear in Sun Fury, Shadow Flame, Soulfire. Yeah, looking like exactly it. Okay, so things do stabilize a bit here. This discard, though. I mean, you don't love it on the Molten Giant. Maybe not the worst. Certainly Siphon Soul, great. The Black Knight, great. But yeah, so you're going to be very aware, if you still have that Molten Giant, of playing around it when possible. So, yeah, perhaps not the worst. Okay, knowing that Severe's up against the Black Knight, we see the charge, and seeing that the Molten Giant got discarded, I guess just feeling a little bit more comfortable with that line. And already we should note 10 potential damage coming the way of Quitach. I think this is just a Siphon Soul.
I wonder if...
Definitely going to be tough to get that Mountain Giant down. Severe's certainly going to hold on to the Wild Growth for Cycle once he gets to 10 mana. Wow, but the other Molten Giant. Okay. So what's interesting here is Quitach, has seen these two cards just sitting there for Severe for quite some time, right? And you're always thinking combo. You're absolutely always thinking combo. Swipe, still a pretty good card. Boy, it gets a lot better with that. But Wild Growth, you You're not worried about that at all. Okay, we see the innervate for a hero power. Very reasonable, unlikely to get any value later in the game. But yeah, this 10 life suddenly doesn't matter for Molten Giants. We've seen both of them out. There's no Alex, no Jiraxis. In the deck of the Handlock, I mean, Quatach is alive. But I'm guessing, boy, no, because we've seen both Sun Furies. You can't really tap into much either. Sylvanas BGH seems reasonable.
I've got the beast in my sights.
Yeah, because there was always the option to try to tap into like a defender, anything else that would have even helped. There's no Hellfire. Boy, the other Shadow Flame, I guess. Okay, playing the Lord here. Gotta get close to this combo, right? Right? Okay, so the Black Knight and Defender is what keeps you alive. You don't necessarily know that. I mean, you're dead to combo even if you taunt up the Black Knight. So you might just be sitting here in this position thinking, well, I'll just play the Mountain Giant, hope the hand is a complete whiff. Yeah, it looks like that's what Quatach is going to do. Yeah, this line would have kept him alive, but at this point, I gotta think, you know. Clock is ticking. I don't think you expect to survive for much longer than that, so... Our first win. Going to Severe. Exciting, but don't get too excited. You gotta win with every single deck. I always must remind the people. Because you can go down 2-0, and it's really not that unreasonable to climb your way back. Usually that just means winning one unfavorable matchup. Now, we know Druid out of the way. Now let's see what Severe's going to come back with. Just a reminder, the Shaman is banned. Meaning we got Warlock and Rogue to choose from. I would not be surprised to see Warlock here. That's exactly what it's going to be. If I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, this is a zoo, and it is. However, a great pick here from Quatach. I think Warrior, Control Warrior, generally favored against Zoo. Now, I didn't actually catch that mulligan. I was quite curious how it went, because I do think that previous game that Quatach lost against the Tempo Mage was due to the mulligan itself. But, regardless, a Fiery War Axe and an Armor Smith to kick things off. Pretty nice. And from Severe, this is not an ideal hand. I believe this is a tap turn, yeah. So I think a lot of people, wow, not even a great draw. A lot of people probably don't think to play this matchup the way Severe's doing it right now, which is, like, I think this is another tap turn. I think it is tap, Voidwalker. But you can do plays like this and still be okay. The game goes for a while. I don't mind this Soulfire. Oof. Yeah, it's a longer game. If you can get into things like Harvest Golem, Dark Iron, kind of those mid-range, hard to deal with bodies, they're very effective against Warrior. Obviously things like Doomguard, always great, but Warrior has some of the best removal in the game as well. But this is exactly what we're seeing. Harvest Golem, now Defender, has the opportunity to make things a little bit more difficult to deal with. still really anyone's game, but a great curve here from Quatach, and you know what? He didn't think about it for long, but a very nice calculated risk. And this is going to be a faceless on the Doomguard, right? Yeah, really unfortunate. I mean, this could all come down to that Doomguard discard. Pushing damage even. I gotta say, very surprised to see that. The Leper Gnome draw here's huge. To have something playable. Is Severe actually... Yeah, Severe has to make this trade because of Brawl. And I wonder if that's why Quatach made the play that he did. Now you hit with... He would have executed the 5-6 if he had execute. So yeah, you hit with the 5-7 to prevent a Taskmaster or a Whirlwind taking you out. But now double Taskmaster can take out one of these. However, Quatach just saying 12 damage. Really not that scary. I'm at 24. But 12 suddenly becomes 14. Plus the Leper Gnomes. Suddenly not looking so great. Really needed that Brawl drop. Wow. Wow. I think this all just... This came down to the Doomguard discards. You cannot die here, right? You still double Taskmaster on the 6-2. Right, you bump the dog probably. Is that the most damage you can remove? And then you armor up. Yeah, you're still not dead. We have seen both Soulfires gone and the Doomguard's gone. Okay. Yeah, this is what we're gonna see. Yeah, I think you have to armor up here. No Alex Strauss to heal back. Oh, not armoring up that does suddenly open up options. Dark Iron Dwarf, Abusive Sergeant, and that's what we see. Abusive Sergeant, just enough to close it out. Yeah, I think for sure that armor up. I guess missing the armor up there feels like a huge mistake. Could you actually have a reasonable chance of somewhat stabilizing from that position? It's still very, very difficult, don't get me wrong. But wow, losing an unfavorable matchup. Control Warrior to Zoo. Now Zoo is completely out of it. So what does that leave Severe with? Severe just with Rogue now. Where is that list? There we go. Wow, okay. Oh wait, I'm setting up the wrong one. My mistake. Hold on. I swear I'll get this sorted out. Here, on the right. There we go. Quatach getting an opportunity to choose, knowing exactly what he's up against. Gonna go for the favorable matchup. Makes sense. Handlock versus Miracle Rogue. Alright, looks like we're not gonna see those early Edwin shenanigans. Okay, so the Twilight Drake, really nice here. Earthen Ring, real nice. Now let's see if Severe... Okay, coin tap, interesting. I guess, yeah, maximizing card draw, and then just the plan being to play the Earthen Ring on 3, Twilight Drake on 4. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, again, I talked about how good Ancient Watcher is in this matchup. All kinds of reasons. There is a taunt activator for it. But no Shadow Flame just yet. Yeah, we'll have to see if that Auctioneer comes soon. The Earthen Ring tempo makes a whole lot of sense. I think we're going to see it matched, but maybe a question as to whether or not Soulfire here. And I think Soulfire, this is a great target for it. But I think the issue here is there's just a lot you don't want to discard. You really don't want to get rid of this Watcher. You don't want to get rid of the Drake, the Sun Fury. One of these Faceless, great, right? Okay, gonna draw and... Oof, it's the Watcher. Oh no. And now we see the Gadgets in with the Conceal in hand. At least no coin here. But even a prep. So Severe Wands could Gadgets and prep Conceal. Boy, yeah, I think that's Soulfire discard. Could just be a devastating blow here for Quatach. I guess the consideration here, something to do with swinging. I wouldn't imagine we'd see a deadly poison. Just whether or not he wants to knock Quatach down. But yeah, quite crazy. The last couple of games we're seeing a Soulfire discard mattering a lot here. Or seemingly so, anyway. In the previous game, the Doomguard discard completely dictating the pace of it. Okay, well, a Mountain Giant. That's playable on 4. That's not bad. Yeah, I can't think what any other consideration would be. Unfortunately for Quatach, no sap just yet. Okay, double Auctioneer. I think with that being the case, you want to prep, conceal, and backstab. And you could even, if you want, backstab first, and then decide if you'd want to prep a sap and not a conceal. Were you to draw the sap, obviously. Just because you've got that other Gadgets in, you know, the ability to draw a whole bunch more. Okay, well, still no Shadow Flame here, so maybe that Ancient Watcher discard wasn't the biggest of deals. You know, now it's looking more like Earthen Ring into Sun Fury. Like I said, 2 minions, very difficult to deal with as they're taunted. Oh, and I'm only just noticing now a single sap here in the list of severe. So definitely a hindrance. In this matchup, okay. So getting some draws with Shiv. Once again, prep and conceal. Yeah, probably gonna have to go ahead. I'm guessing you hit the 3/3, or maybe considering running the 4/4 in. I mean, you can't really take the risk of leaving this thing up.
This guy's toast.
Okay, yeah, I think a very, very reasonable line there. I mean, you've got the other Gadgets in, you've already drawn so much. Now, what are we looking at here? Boy, no taunt activators, which just makes it so awkward. I think actually utilizing that Mortal Coil before deciding anything else might be the move. Yeah, really thinking this one through, because again, it's a reasonable Soulfire target. think tapping here probably makes sense to look for a taunt activator. Well, if that Karen's coming out, I gotta assume Soulfire's coming right after. Once again, hoping Faceless is gone. This time it's the coil. Alright, I mean, there isn't a Leroy in the hand of Severe. And I mean, even then, at 7 mana... Right, only able to pick up once with the Shadow Step as well. Still could have been lethal with a Cold Blood Leroy Shadow Step play. But it's going to draw things out more, and it's not like Severe is feeling great either. 17 health against a handlock. Now, it is a handlock that isn't running Leroy or Arcane Golem, anything like that. Yeah, interesting to see. Wow, opting to draw off of the fan.
This guy's toast.
Very interesting. So still, yeah, no taunt activators. You know it's getting closer. On 8 mana, any kind of crazy Leroy play becoming more and more likely. But yeah, it just feels so hard to justify a tap here. I mean, this is the tournament on the line. This is the finals. This is a ton of pressure to run through just all the math. What could possibly kill me? And in Miracle Road, there's a lot.
I wonder if...
Staring at this hand, it's like it seems very unlikely that that Quatach is dead, but I can absolutely understand why you'd be so paralyzed in this position. Faceless does get a lot of value. Do you even just run the Owl out for kicks? I'm not sure. Guess you still save it for Edwin. Yeah, and still, I mean, if that was Leroy, it wouldn't even be it. Severe's gotta start drawing. Like, I could see being this patient if he's that worried, or if he's just hoping to, you know, top deck a perfect answer. But he can't even really do that. Are we gonna see a... Oh, it's an Edwin. Did he... I saw him hovering over the conceal. Did he maybe think he had a conceal? I'm not sure I understand this line very much. Yeah, it looks like it was a good call to hold on to the Owl. Yeah, still just absolutely wild. No taunt activators. I think Quatach finally getting a clue that, like, wait a minute. There isn't really something up Severe's sleeve. Severe just doesn't have what he needs. But he also only has 10 cards left in the deck.
I wonder if...
Like, not at all what you're used to in this kind of matchup. I think this is a fine play, but yeah, this is 2 possible draws now. Or Severe. This Thalnos draw is a big, big deal. I don't think... No, still nothing that would give him lethal though, just with that. I don't know. I feel like he's just waited too long on this Gadgetzan. He's just assumed he's going to top deck something at some point. And as weird as this looks, it's just all these mid-sized minions chunking away at his health. But yet again, I look at Quatach's hand and it's not like not like he's sitting on damage or anything. Boy, I forgot that backstab was 4 damage. That is actually a real nice clear here. You can get the Molten down. Finally. Finally, an Argus. Being able to do something like Drake, Giant, Argus. There is no sap. See, now we've got the 2 Shadow Steps. It's like, okay, now Leroy could be lethal. But now we got the Taunt Activator. And yeah, still with that sap. But I can't think it's anything else but that, right? Molten Giant, Defender of Argus? I guess maybe considering a tap on the for the Molten Giant, and then to what is that? 2, 6? No. Yeah, put him to 12. Okay, now we go ahead and start drawing with the gadgets in. There's your sap. Boy, still no Leroy here. Okay, well, it's getting to the point where we pretty much know what's left. I mean, you just gotta tap. What a strange, strange game. I mean, unless you're just banking on... No, you can't. You can't bank on Leroy being the last card and having no draw for it.
I have no time for games. I'm almost
And there it is. There's Leroy. I was going so crazy. I thought, was Leroy played this game already or something? Wow. Wow. Just, wild. So severe. I mean, takes it 3-0. That's it. Unexpected that things were so close, and then, you know, by the end of it, ends in a 3-0. So many good good matches. As always, we'll see if yours down for a winner's interview. But wow, yeah, I mean, really well done. Definitely have to give credit to Severe. I think I got him on here, right? Alright, if he hops into Discord, we'll invite him in, see what he has to say. Let's see, I can probably clean up this interface just a little bit. Get rid of all this stuff. Bring back this ugly mug. Here we go. Calling. Maybe picking up. Let's bring his decks over. Just while we're waiting. Just so there's something to stare at. That's not me. How nice. Oh my god, the people are waiting. Our first 2-time champ. He didn't pick up. Okay. He's ignoring my calls. We'll give it a minute. I got faith. Alright, let's try again. Boy, this guy is so stuck up, so high and mighty after winning. Oh, he's typing something. Does say he's on Discord mobile, so maybe doesn't have the ability to for some reason. Oh, Severe, are you there?
Yeah, hello?
Hey, there we go. Gotcha. Finally answer my call. Thought maybe your head was getting too big after that victory there.
No, it's just, I closed Discord for performance on the computer and I was only on my phone.
No worries. No worries. Well, first off, congrats. You're our first 2-time winner, which officially
Yeah.
makes you twice as good as everyone else. I think that's how that works.
I don't think so. It's like the lineup is also a 2-time winner.
Well, yeah, there we go. Let's start there. Let's start with the lineup. Yeah. What was the reasoning behind it?
Well, okay, so there was the NA tournament where I played like very much the same lineup. I think there's like 2 cards different, maybe 3. And but between then and now there was the EU tournament, and I played like a really aggro lineup. And there was 2 notable things there. First was there was a ton of Shaman, which I think makes this lineup better. And the other thing was I played against Tosconda in round 2, and she had no rogue. And my all-in counter rogue strategy got completely wrecked. So I just didn't want to play anything that was trying to beat up on rogue. And I just was like, I want to ban rogue forever.
Right.
And I think this is the best lineup to ban rogue with.
This is the best way to ban rogue. Yeah. I mean, it seemed to do quite well. Now, going through the tournament, obviously, you don't know exactly what everybody's going to bring. You don't know exactly who you're going to face. But once you get to the end there, I would definitely say Quatach had some interesting choices in his lineup. So when you go to start deciding who are you going to ban and what classes are you going to play, what was that kind of thought process like in the finals?
Well, there was only like 1 round where I thought that like my ban was actually interesting, and that was in like the first round I played against Para because they had Freeze Mage, and like I think that besides Freeze Mage, I have to ban Rogue every time. Like I think it's the worst matchup for all my decks, except maybe the Shaman.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Like I'm looking at it now, and I think like, yeah, and this like I think my Zoo would rather play against his Warrior than his Rogue. I think, and I think my Druid would rather play against like all of the decks than the Rogue.
Yeah,
and the Rogue, I think the Rogue might like prefer to play the mirror than against Handlock, but the Rogue's fine. It can deal with Handlock.
Right. Yeah. So then I think like by the end of it, in the finals, we're expecting like a real close set, and it was really, to me, the one that stuck out was that Zoo game against Warrior. You think, well, Warrior is so favored. I thought it was a great pick by Quatach, but Doom Guards, they're a good card apparently.
Yeah, and not getting brawled is also good. I was like, if there's a brawl here, I just lose. Like I had to trade into it to play around Whirlwind and Execute, but like I had no answer to a brawl.
Yeah. So whatever. Sometimes the coin flips go your way, I guess.
Also, like all this like expensive stuff, like just doesn't matter against Zoo, and people have to play some expensive stuff. I remember like looking at these lineups once I'd won my semifinal, like the 2 lineups, and I saw this one and I'm like, there's 3 Blacks Knights in it. Oh yes.
Right.
Because like that doesn't do anything against Zoo. It doesn't do anything against any of my decks.
Yeah, it's true. It really didn't seem like many people were that enthusiastic about trying to build their decks against Zoo. So I think as a whole, at least from what we got to spectate on stream here, Zoo did quite well.
Like I think I like that Zoo game like that Dallin had. I think was like maybe like I think I lost that, and I lost like 1 other game, and I'm not sure how many others there were.
Wow.
I was just high rolling everyone, and like even against Dallin, like I had Wild Growth into Keeper, like if I wanted it, they just wasn't good enough.
The best players high roll. That's just the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I guess as always. Go ahead.
One other thing, sorry. Like, I find it really nice for me to like have open lists because then I get to know what I have to play around. Like against like Dallin's Hunter, there was no one. I was like, oh wait, there's no Unleash. Like after the mulligan, like the first time, like, and I was like, oh, I can go as wide as I want against this Hunter, and I don't have to worry about like any Unleash. So I can just go really wide, so all their cards are bad.
Right.
And then the final game against the Handlock, I'm like, there's no Leroy combo and there's no Power Overwhelming. So I'm not like actually a threat of dying here. So I can just like I don't have to answer these cairns yet.
Yeah, and it worked out. Leroy as the second last card in the deck usually spells doom for you, but
Yeah.
yeah, it was just fine there. But yeah, again, as always, last time you won, you got a legion of fans. I'm sure your DMs just filled up. It's probably why Discord lags. Your computer just bogged down by all the people throwing their digital underwear on digital stage here. Now that you have twice as many fans with your second victory, what do you have to say to the good people?
Well, these are good decks, and it's just fun to play Hearthstone with good decks.
Wow. Trash talking, 10 out of 10 as always.
Well, I mean, like other people had good decks too. Like I thought there were there were a lot of lineups that I thought were very close to mine. Like maybe one deck different, and I'm like, oh, okay then.
Yeah, no, I think there were definitely a lot of.
I don't think I'm gonna get away with this like Zeus stuff for much longer. I don't think I'm gonna be able to play this next time in Wayne.
Well, you're certainly going to encourage people to, I think, bring some different decks or think about things a bit differently. Yeah, I really think Zoo has at least a real place in like shaking up the tournament meta. If it doesn't belong in nearly every lineup, then I think it needs to be considered in nearly every lineup. But I know you're a humble guy. I'm putting you on the spot, trying to, I don't know, get a rise out of you a bit. But cheerful as always. I actually love it, the sportsmanship, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, nothing more to say other than just congrats. Very well done. 2 wins. Yeah, they're good decks, but they got to be piloted by a pretty skilled player too. So
yeah,
well done.
Like I have something different in mind for next time. I think.
Good. Well,
no idea if it'll be any good. It doesn't ban Rogue.
Okay. Well, keep the people on the edge of their seats. We'll definitely keep an eye out for that.
Also, Dex, thanks for casting the tournament. It's like I was like whenever I was waiting for our next match, I was popping in, and it was just fun to watch the cast.
Hey, I'm glad you think so. I hope everybody enjoys it. Yeah, I love doing it. So as long as people enjoy it, I'll keep it up. So yeah, thank you. All right. Well, I'll let you go. It's got to be like 6 in the morning over there or something. So
4.
4, perfect. And he's just off. That was it. Out of the call. Okay, that's it. That's the tournament wrapped up. We've got the EU tournament next week on the 24th. Time is a little more EU friendly. All the details are there in Discord. We also did some stuff that was offline. I think just one tournament. I didn't keep too close of a watch on it. But where some of the rule sets are shaken up, some cards are banned, things like that. Having a little bit more flexibility in what we do for some of these things that aren't casted. So if you're interested in that stuff, just keep your eyes peeled, kind of glued to Discord there. Open to suggestions. Love everyone here in the Classic community, everyone that helps put this stuff together. I know, Carlotta, we had Derp here casting a bit. Droxors, he's always putting a bunch of stuff together for the tournament. Yeah, a lot of people for me to thank. Always love everybody here who checks this stuff out. That's why I enjoy doing it. It's a lot of fun every time. But yeah, just excited to see this all this stuff grow, see where it goes. So thanks, and bye. I'm good at ending these. Bye. Ending the stream. Bye.